And welcome everyone to the 5ers live stream. We are live the last day of the week, Thursday, and this is the day before the big day, the NFP tomorrow. Are you guys ready for this? And let me know in the chat, where are you following today's stream from? Where are you beautiful people tuning in from today's live stream? Please let me know in the chat. Welcome, morning everyone. Good morning. Hey Emmanuel, welcome. Kate, welcome everyone. Akash, it's been a while since I've seen you here. Richard is here as well. Welcome everyone. Hey, Austria is here with us. Welcome from Austria. How is the weather out there right now? I've been to Austria last time, I think in December. Beautiful country. Hey Abdullah, hey Kavika, hey from South Africa. Morning, good morning everyone. How are we all doing today? Remember that once again. Hey guys, hey everyone. Let me just switch my screen on quickly. We are 13 days away from the interest rate decision in the United States. And in 13 days from now, we are going to have either the continuation of the high rates, or we are going to most likely have the cut of the rate, which is most probable at the current moment, and we are going to have a shift in the long-term trends for a majority of the assets due to the shift in the monetary policy of the Federal Reserve. We have at current moment 97.6% probability of having a 25 basis point rate cut. Remember that right now the market is quoting 2 rate cuts until the end of the year. 2 rate cuts, one in September and one in December. Yeah, Tom, I'm actually feeling much better. Like last week I was sick. I don't know what it was, but we came to the conclusion with the team that it was some kind of virus, because from day 1 to day 2 I was completely out, and I couldn't even see my charts properly, right? Everything was just blurred in front of my eyes. LJ named it like drunk driving the charts, and that was right on point. Trust me, that was exactly that. So we have 97.6% probability of the rate cut. That being said, we do have the data coming later today. First of all, we have our services PMI coming out for the services sector of the economy. We did have the PMI come out already for the production earlier this week. So right now we have coming data for the services. And remember that PMIs are quoting above 50 or below 50. Everything that is above 50 and growing, it essentially is showing us the progression in the economy, right? The development of this specific sector of the economy. If the numbers for the PMIs come out below 50, it is essentially showing the decrease in the activity of this economical sector. So right now we have the ISM services PMIs quoted, and the previous numbers was 50.1, and the expectation is to get it slightly higher than the previous ones. And then under the services PMI we have different parts of this specific data that comes out. So this is the ultimate index, and then it's divided by business activity, by employment, by new orders, by prices, and so on. So we have several elements which are included in the services PMI itself. And besides this, we do have, of course, their unemployment change as well. Initial jobless claims that come out every single week, and continuing jobless claims which come out every single week on Thursdays as well, which are going to be the preview for our tomorrow's non-farm, as well as ADP employment change. So altogether, this data are going to be showing us the expectation towards the tomorrow's NFP. Right, and tomorrow NFP, right now we have the previous data at 73,000. Remember, it was heavily recalculated, which caused a big shock in the markets, and the current consensus is 75,000. Unemployment rate is 4.2, previous one, and it's forecasting to be slightly higher, and any changes compared to the previous one or compared to the forecast is going to influence the market a lot. So that is what we are looking at today as well. I personally usually do not trade actively on Thursdays before they're non-firm. So I personally see majority of the time the price is stuck in the range, in the sideways. I really don't like trading in the sideways market. Hence why I usually on Thursdays majority of the time stay away before NFP as well, and only start trading right after the NFP is being released. So normally, I usually stay away on Thursdays, but today, because we have the services PMI coming out, because we have the AGP employment change before non-farm, I'm still expecting some movements in the market, and I do find some of those quite interesting actually, which we're going to discuss in a second. But before we're gonna jump to the charts, let me just drop the volume of the music. It's actually almost nothing. It's like 7 on 10, but let me make it even softer. Is this better? Is this better? Can you please let me know in the chat if this is better for the music? Better? Yes? No? Please let me know. Yes, fantastic. Okay, perfect. Amazing. Amazing. Great. Let me check the comments quickly before we move to the charts. Bully LJ is having issues with his internet connection. It feels like he is on the edge of the world, which he literally is. Yes, because Australia is on the end of the world. Somehow they were building a tunnel, and from what I know, they cut the cable for his internet, which can apparently only happen in Australia. So he doesn't have internet for the past 2 days. So no LJ today, but Jonatan is going to be joining us very soon. At least he's supposed to, so let's see. Let's see. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Kim. Akash is saying, 2 weeks ago I blew my funded account. I came back strong. I funded again and profit 600 on the 5K high stakes. Wow. Wow. That is more than 10% of profit. And this is just in 2 weeks recovery. Akash, well done. Way to go. The most important is that you are able to put your mind in the right place to come back stronger and to come back focused, and get another funded and get back in profit. So we are all really proud of you. Really proud of you. Well done. Way to go. Because the majority of the problem is that when people blow one funded account, they can't put their mind in the right place, and they end up buying another one and blowing another one, and so on and so on. So because of this, they get into the loop of buying and blowing several accounts in a row. So Akash, way to go. Really good one. Good job. Apparently, Rahul, to be honest with you, in the current situation in the world, you never know when you might use a bunker, to be honest with you. And yes, we did have a very, very nice long on gold yesterday. Very good and long gold. Yes, I actually were buying gold. We were buying gold with the team from Monday to Wednesday. So Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, 3 days in a row we were buying gold. That was quite good. Can't complain about that, definitely. So can't complain about that. So let's have a look at gold at the current moment. I was buying it yesterday right here, right? We talked about it with you guys. So this is the previous buy that I had, and then the next buy that I had was right here. So that was really beautiful. Right now I'm holding shorts on gold. So I'm at current moment I'm short on gold, and I'm still holding that. So I'm expecting the price of gold to repull back, right? Rebalance basically back to the previous high volume node here. If we are going to place our volume profile over this high volume node, it's going to show us a majority of the volume approximately from 35.55 to 35.38 level right here. So this is the area that I'm expecting the price to pull back towards. Now, this is the very optimistic approach towards my shorts, right? I closed my longs, I'm in a short position right now. So this is very optimistic. Now, less optimistic approach is that we are going to test the highs eventually and then go all the way back to the upside once again. I'm expecting the price, and the least optimistic approach, the one that I'm also keeping in mind, is that we are just going to test 35.88 and then reverse back to the upside. So I eventually have at least 3 levels from which I'm expecting the price potentially to reverse to the upside, from here, and from here. Now, that being said, I am not gonna be buying here, so I'm gonna be watching the reversal, and if the price gives a reaction here, I'm gonna be moving my stop loss to break even on the trade that I'm currently in on the short trade. This I might take as a target, and this I might take as a target. And in this area, I'm already going to start looking for the price reversal. So this is also my bullish area currently for gold. So this is my bearish area, this is my bullish area for gold. Let me just mark this up for you. This is my bearish zone, this is my bullish zone. And this is my bearish zone, this is my bullish zone. So I'm currently short, and I want to see the price at least run here. If it doesn't, I have another scenario. So the scenario number 2, right? This is scenario number 1. The scenario number 2 is if gold goes higher back here. There was a lot of volume traded yesterday here before the market closure. So we had the majority of the volume right here yesterday. So if we test back this cluster volume that was coming in the market before and right after the overnight layover, we are going to most likely see the pullback back, and then I'm going to be buying again. So the scenario number 1 is I'm short, and then I'm gonna sell to buy it back here, or I'm short, it's gonna hit my stop loss, I'm gonna exit manually, and then I'm gonna wait for the pullback and buy it back again. So those are my 2 scenarios currently for gold. The reason I'm looking for the reversal is that if we hide everything from the screen, and if we look at the 4-hour time frame, we are going to see that this is the first time that the price is actually showing as a retracement since the long term, right? Since the long term swing move start. So right here we started the swing move from 33.53 level. Sorry for that. 33.53, 33.54 level. So from here to back to the upside, we can see that this is the biggest pullback, this is the biggest correction all the way from the bottom. So I'm expecting it to slightly continue a little bit further than the current level. However, I'm not expecting them a big pullback back to the downside, big retracement to the previous highs. That's not completely something I'm looking for, because if you look at the history and how the price of gold recovered after the long-term consolidations, like for example here, we can see the price exited the consolidation, it tried pulling back, it consolidated there further, but then eventually flew back to the upside, and that is more than on the size for the size of the range. The same happened next. We can see the price was consolidating, it exited the consolidation. Here it did give a pullback, but eventually we moved back to the upside for more than a size of the range itself. Next time, once again, we exited the consolidation, we had slight pullbacks, but we went higher, and it continued the same way again and again. So my bias for gold remains unchanged overall until the end of the year. I'm expecting at least 3,800 to 3,900 or 4,000 level for gold until the end of 2025. I'm still sticking by it. I'm just expecting the intraday small pullback, but I'm very, very careful and cautious with my shorts. So the moment that I see the price, let me just explain it to you as well. So my criteria for exiting short is if the price closes above 3604.5 level. If it closes higher than that, the body of the candle, I'm gonna get out of my trade. Okay, so this is the current criteria for me of holding my short. If it closes above the zone, the body of the candle holds above, I'm gonna get this confirmation, I'm going to exit the trade manually. Okay, because it's gonna be the confirmation for me that we are following the second scenario here. So, and this is the scenario where I don't want to be holding my shorts anymore, right? If it closes above, I'm gonna exit it, I'm gonna wait for the pullback, I'm gonna buy it again. So this is the plan for the gold today. Let me know in the chat if you guys are gold long, or if you guys are short on gold. And Jerry, I didn't have too much coffee today yet. No, I had only one coffee, but I did sleep good today for the first time in a very long time. First time in a very long time, I finally slept good. Let me know in the comments, guys, if you guys are long or short on gold. Yes, I do trade futures. I also trade CFDs and Forex and spots, but I mainly trade futures, and all my analysis relies on the futures market. So I rely with my analysis on the futures market, and then eventually I trade on different assets, including Forex and CFDs. Kavika says, waiting for a short setup from 35.50. 35. You're probably looking at their. Yeah, you're looking at the spot. 35.50. Okay, if it goes to 35.50, for me, it's already invalidated. If it goes to 35.50, I can expect this short and then this. So that's my opinion on gold currently. Short from 35.41. 35.41. Well done. Good entry point. 35.41. Yeah, good entry point. Yeah, Rahul, I feel you. I had a period of time when I didn't trade gold at all. I was like, you know what? I'm not touching gold anymore at all, because I had this very love-hate relationship, with gold as well. And recently, for the past couple of months, I've been actually actively trading it, and it's been going amazing. It's been going really good. But this is something that we talked about yesterday as well with Jonatan on the stream, is that sometimes you need to be able to choose which kind of market you trade, and if the asset that you trade is in a bad position concerning the state of the market, which you want to usually normally trade, then you shift to the next one, because too many people lose too much money on trying to trade the same asset they've been trading for a while just because they are used to it, even in the period of the time shifts and the market goes from trending to consolidating market, for example. Imagine that your system works in a trending market. Like, for example, my system that I apply works in a trending conditions. I like trending markets. I don't trade the markets which stay in a range, because my system that I apply and the logic that I apply doesn't allow me to trade in a range. It just doesn't perform well. So because of this, I don't trade, for example, EUR USD at the current moment, because if we look at the EUR USD currently, it's actually been ranging for quite a while. So if we look at the 4-hour time frame, we are stuck in a range. So I'm currently skipping the EUR USD completely, and the reason for this is exactly the same, because my system does not perform well in the consolidated markets. So if I would be hitting my head against the wall trying to trade the market that doesn't perform well currently, then I would be losing lots of money, but not only money, I would also lose my focus and attention that otherwise I could spend on the training markets, like for example gold. And I wouldn't be able to be so much in profit since the beginning of the September, literally for the past 3 days. It's been covering my whole August. I barely took any trades on August. And the first 3 days of September, we were already able to cover all of this just because I was patient in August and I was waiting until the good setups appear in September. I'm not sure about that. Gold is actually being golding very good these days. This is a very good approach, Akash, because then you have a buffer and you have a backup. So you not only have one account and you're not putting all the pressure and responsibility on one account, but you actually have several ones. And what a lot of people do as well is they get funded in a very good period of time in the winning streak. They get funded with several accounts, and then the losing streak starts. And they take the same exact trades with the same exact risk on several accounts, and they blow the same funded accounts all together once again when the losing period starts. So I think your approach actually completely makes sense. It has a place to be as well. It has a logic behind it, because surely enough, when you have several accounts unfunded, then one day you trade on one, and then if this is the bad trading day, and you have several losses in a row, then you're still not going to lose several funded accounts, right? You're only gonna be in a loss in one account, and then you have other ones to work with the next day when the market becomes potentially better. So I think this is a very good approach, Akash, to be honest with you. A lot of the times in funded accounts, it's all about it's mainly about the reducing the pressure, expectations, and emotions. So having several funded accounts might help you with that, and this is the final goal. My goodness, Ili, you've been commenting on the background music since the stream started. If you can do it better, you can come on here and you can stream. My TP on gold, hopefully you like this one a little better. My TP on gold for short, hopefully if the price can reach it, is from 35.89, and this is futures, remember, to 35.68 to 35.48. So those are my targets on gold. If the price can reach it, right now we are holding above the daily point of control here. So this is above the daily value area, apologies. So above the daily value area, so the price is testing it. I would prefer to see the price actually below the value area of the day to have the confirmation for a sell. I took short. Several of you were asking where is my short point. Actually, my short is right here. So this is my short entry. It came back to break even. It's right now a little bit in a loss. But as long as we are holding below 3604.5, 3605, I'm gonna keep holding gold. If the price of gold on 15 or 30-minute time frame closes, so the candle closes above 3605, I'm gonna be manually exiting this trade. So for my whole analysis, I use a platform called Atas, and for tracking my trades, I use TradingView. But trading just is lacking some of the things for me that I use for analyzing the futures market, as for example order flow and footprint. TradingView has it very badly made, so I use others. Perhaps, actually, perhaps, yes. What if you will keep repeating the same questions? It's not gonna help you, and I'm not gonna answer it faster. One time is enough. I just go from the questions from time to time. This is so funny, Richard. This is actually ridiculously funny. I love this. Kinda, yes. Kavika, I would love to, but this is Jonatan's field. He's gonna be back and we're gonna do the poll on the closure of the gold daily closure, so let's see. Yes, actually I'm back. I'm pretty much expecting it to be back in the same, in this exact period of time. We were looking with you previously on the 4-hour and daily candles, and the price behavior is pretty much exactly like that. So yes, I'm expecting it to be very little pullback and then the continuation higher. I use the same strategies, yes, and I trade Forex, but I trade Forex to futures, so only trade majors, like for example, Euro future, Pound future, Australian dollar future, Japanese yen future, and so on. By the way, about the Japanese yen future, let's go back to the charts for a second. And yesterday with you on the live stream, I was talking about taking the short on USD JPY, which I did. In fact, I was short USD JPY yesterday. I was long 6J yesterday because 6J is a yen futures. There's 100% opposite correlation to USD JPY. So right now for USD JPY, I'm expecting the same continuation back down, and I'm expecting the same continuation back up for the 6J. Now I have two different scenarios actually for 6J. So I'm actually personally waiting for the price to go slightly lower preferably and then take short long here, which would be the same exact entry point for short on USD/JPY as yesterday. So my ID for USD/JPY is still valid from yesterday's analysis that we did together on the live stream here on Wednesday live stream. So this is a scenario number one where USD/JPY pulls back further to approximately 148,600, 148,550, and then we take a short, and 6J pulls back further, or we take a long. And then a second scenario is this is a daily point of control. Okay, I'm gonna just put I'm gonna put the name here, so the daily point of control, so you know what exactly we are looking at. So if the price is above the 67,540 area, so for example the price is not pulling back down but pulls back higher, the breaks daily point of control 67,550 55, it gives us the pullback, then I'm also going to be taking longs. So right here there are two scenarios that I'm waiting for. Is it from the pullback down or to break through, pull back and then go higher? So those are the two scenarios that I want to see for today for 6J, and USD/JPY either looks like this, or the alternative scenario would be, this is our daily point of control, the alternative scenario would be the price going further, pulling back, and then taking short once again towards this area here. USD/JPY. Okay, this is some kind of new background noise, and I also don't like it, trust me. Okay, 'Cause 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 ' Okay, let's just keep this one. Let's keep this one for a moment. How do we put you in a timeout here? 6J, Powell 6J is a yen futures. So the yen futures is 100% negative correlation, a reverse chart to the USD JPY. So for example, if we look at the USD JPY, let me just put the second screen. So this is the USD JPY, right, on let's say 1 hour time frame. And this is 6J. Sorry. Let's do it again, 6J. It's loading. Here, 6J, they are 100% negatively correlated. So this is USD JPY, this is 6J, the yen futures. So the 6J is essentially the JPY USD. Okay? So if you flip the chart, it's going to be exactly 100% correlation. So if I take, following the same logic, if I take long on 6J, it means that I'm looking for the short on USD JPY. I trade both futures and I trade Forex, but I do the analysis on the futures market. The reason for this is because the futures market is centralized, the Forex market is decentralized, and centralization on the futures market allows me to see all the trades of all market participants around the globe. So every single one of yours, big market participants, big market players, if I take 10 contracts buy on 6J right now, you will be able to see it on your footprint. So it's going to be reflected in one tape, in one footprint, in one candle. You will be able to see who is, well, you will be able to see that the trades are taken, how many of the trades, and on which exact price level at which exact moment. So the futures market is transparent. It allows you to much deeper insight in the trading environment. It allows you to make the more thoughtful decisions regarding your trades, because in any single moment you will be able to see who is in control right now, buyers or sellers. Are the aggressive buyers pushing the market higher, or aggressive sellers are stepping in? Is the volume of aggressive buyers being observed, for example, or the other way around? So you are able to see the details that you are not able to access in the Forex markets to the futures. That's why I analyze futures and I still trade Forex. So if I'm looking at the buy, for example, on 6J, just like today, that means that I'm automatically looking for a sell on USD JPY. Okay, hopefully that helps. So you see, I'm looking for the sell on USD JPY, I'm looking for a buy on 6J. Daniel, I use the daily point of control, the weekly point of control, the monthly point of control. So we are live with the 5ers from Monday to Thursday every single day from 10:30 a.m. Eastern Central European Time, which is 8:30 a.m. GMT time, right? So 9:30 a.m. GMT time. So we are live every single day. I personally am live the first 2 hours of the live stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So I was live yesterday and I'm live today. Yeah, I'm looking for short on the USD JPY as well. So I also trade the rest of the currency futures, like for example for EUR USD, right, or GBP USD. They're 100% correlation with 6E, 6B. So if I'm looking at the futures market, I can also apply it through, for example, the EUR USD, GBP USD, AUD USD, USD CAD, USD CHF, because those are majors. So everything that has a US dollar in the first pair, so the all majors, you can trade through the futures market as well. Gold is still in the same zone, so that didn't yet change. It's still approximately in the same bearish zone for me. You know what I'm interested in? I'm actually interested in looking at silver for a second. Silver also flew, of course. We are now under the point of control of the week on silver. Platinum is quite interesting. We just looked at platinum with you yesterday. Silver looks completely opposite on the spot and on the futures actually. On the spot it's completely bullish, whereas on the futures is 50-50. It's 50 bearish, 50% bullish. Depends how you see it. And platinum is also completely bullish, actually. Okay, I normally don't trade Bitcoin. I see some questions about Bitcoin, the trend spot, and Steven is asking what are my thoughts on Bitcoin. I don't really trade Bitcoin. I trade it. Well, I don't trade it. I essentially only like hold it for a longer period of times for the longer investment. But I don't really trade silver, Bitcoin itself. Just give me one moment. I'm looking at potential buys on platinum right now. I'm looking at buys on platinum. We talked about platinum yesterday with you. We did break this big majority of the volume. We are right now testing back 1419 level, 1420. Slightly lower, I might be taking a buy. Or maybe it's not gonna go lower and I'm still gonna take a buy. Yeah, I'm actually looking at buys on silver right now. On platinum. Basically, anything between this zone is a good buying level for me for platinum, in my personal opinion. from all the metals, to be quite honest with you, I think platinum looks the best of all of them right now at the current moment. Yeah, looking at the structure, and we see that we are testing exactly the same lows here on the CFD. This is the CFD. On platinum, we did break the same volume here, so that's quite bullish overall for the platinum as well. So this is CFDs and this is futures. For the futures, it looks exactly the same, with the difference that the price is actually above the volumes, and with the Forex, with the CFDs, it's showing below the volumes, but it is normally about the same area. Just 1 second, I'm actually checking something. Because maybe I am AI. Who knows? Maybe I am. Now guess it. Think about it. What is my view on GBP USD? Great question. Amazing question. Those are all things that I still want to trade, so we're not going to close any of them. I'm just going to open it in the second chart. So for the pound, once again, I normally analyze it on the higher time frames and on the futures first, and then I transfer it to the Forex. So normally for the pound, if we look at the higher perspective, we look at the just purely price action, we will see that for me personally, pound is extremely bearish. Because looking at the 4-hour time frame, we can see that we had a very high volume node here, quite a big one. We see the price tested it, broke through it, and then held above it for quite a while. Right now we are just having a simple break and retest kind of situation, so it looks completely bearish for me. At least also looking at the 4-hour candle here on the Powell speech, no, that wasn't the Powell speech was right here, and this was a recovery on the 2nd of September from the data that came out after the PMIs. So we can see the pullback down, we can see the recovery of 50% of this whole movement. So if we're going to use the Fibonacci, we're going to see that this is extreme. This is exactly 50% of the movement and correction size from this whole move to the downside. So right now on the 4-hour time frame, it's completely bearish. Looking at the daily time frame, it also does look bearish for me, because we see that the price has difficulties breaking through 35.95 level every time we come closer. We do see the reaction on this price. So for me personally, I see pound going at least to the previous lows here once again, and maybe eventually towards this range after all, maybe later as well too. So, but we also have this high volume area here that is also going to be my target for the shorts for the pound. So we place my volume profile. This is also the area that I'm still looking for the price to reach, and the point of control of it is at 32.91. Let's highlight that. Let's put the chart further closer. So I am completely bearish on the pound. That being said, I really don't yet have the entry point so far, because if we look at the 30-minute time frame and we turn on the volumes, we are above the weekly point of control, we are above the daily point of control. Right here is the point of control of the contract that the price is right now testing. So that's the point of control of the contract as well, which is on the way for me for shorting pound. So I don't yet see shorts. What I'd like to see actually, and my setup is, if the price goes further, we break this small low, we get a pullback, and then from here, I want to see the shorts on pound towards 32.91 at least. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be placing the alert at 34.19. Yeah, right here. 34.19, and if the price breaks 34.19 and holds below it, I'm gonna be selling my pound. So this is my perspective on 6B, which is the GBP USD exactly. So for the GBP USD, it's gonna be exactly the same thing, but just to make it easier for you to with the price levels, let's have a look at the GBP USD itself. So on the 4-hour time frame on the GBP USD, we can see exactly the same price action, and we are going to be waiting for the price to get into this area here, which is exactly the same high volume node. So placing our volume area right here, we're gonna see the point of control of it at 32,784. This is the zone we are aiming to get on GBP USD. On 30-minute time frame, once again, I'm not particularly liking the price action and this quick recovery back. I would like to see the strengths of sellers and not the buyers. So I'm going to be waiting for the price to break 164 level. I want to see the price also breaking the lows, preferably here. So I want to see it below this zone. If it is below this zone, I'm going to be looking for the pullback and selling pound towards 133.00, 132.800. Okay, so this is my IDs on the GBP USD. Oh, yeah, we are still doubting actually. We're still checking it, like doubting it ourselves at the 5ers. So Puli, you're not the only one who's doubting if Alter is real. I feel ye. Let me put the audio, try to put it a little bit more. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Is it better now or is it the same? Let me know in the chat if this is better or not. Sounds good. Same. Okay, well, some of you say sounds good, some of you say sounds bad. I'm gonna follow the ones who say sound good, and I'm gonna get my sip of coffee. Look, I got myself a really cute cup. It calms me down during trading. No, I just like the cute cups. I'm actually having the collection of cute cups. It's better. Okay, perfect. So this is our GU. Still waiting for UJ. As we can see, UJ is actually pulling higher. So it feels like we are going to get our second scenario here. So I want to see the price at 500 to 600 level. And then from here, I'm going to be shorting. So we can see that it's been holding the daily point of control higher. So it feels like we're gonna get this scenario actually playing out today. So it's a waiting game. Bruce, kinda, yes, actually. Kinda, I guess. Well, you can stick here actually, and from time to time, I'm sharing the volume profile and the order flow setups and the way I'm using it as well. or I believe there is a link also to my free channels on Telegram. There is lots of data there where I'm posting lots of different things. I believe it should be in the description to the video too. So go ahead. So Max, this is a very good question. So I'm looking for short on UJ, but the question is, where is GU gonna be at this moment? Because it might go back here, and without breaking this low, it might just go back higher. So the second scenario that I have on on GU today, actually, it's not only the only scenario that I'm looking for. I'm also looking for the price to potentially go back here into this big volume area and then short from here. So the price goes back to the quick point of control of the third week of August, first week of August, last week of August, first week of September. If we get into this area, I'm also going to be looking for the short on the pound. So perhaps if UJ is in this area and we short it, and at the same time GU is in this area and goes back here, we're going to short it from here afterwards. So it might be different scenarios, but there are two that I'm gonna be taking today, and the two scenarios are either the price breaks through 34,170, 34,400, and then pulls back and I short it, or it goes here, it doesn't break it, I don't short it, it goes higher and I short it from 35,030, 35,280. So I have two shorts here or here for GBP USD. Okay, yeah, this is literally what we just covered actually. Once again, it might go higher for just a period of time while UJ goes here, right? So this would be perfectly correlated actually, but a lot of it is going to depend on today's services PMI, which are going to be released later in the day. And also we have the initial jobless claims, the continuing jobless claims, and tomorrow's non-farm. So there is also another option. There is an option that we're going to get the consolidation today for GU here, and for the UJ, for the GU here and for the UJ here, right? It might be that we're gonna be stuck in the range until tomorrow's non-farm, which is also quite possible. And this is usually what happens, and this is why I usually don't trade the day before an on-farm. Oh, look who is here!
Hello! Hi, Anastasiia. Hello, everyone.
There he is. How are you?
I am good. How are you? I think there's a echo with your microphone.
It wasn't until you joined.
Yeah. I wonder. We need to fix your microphone. We need to get that figured out with the echo. What's the name of your microphone?
I need to check. I don't remember. But anyway, it was perfect until you joined. Literally, no one has issues with my mic besides you.
Is my mic loud? They're saying it's not for me. It's just an echo. Okay, so.
But no one had an echo before.
No, but it's my voice that goes through your speakers and then into your microphone. But it seems now. How's my mic? My microphone's not loud. Is it? Maybe it is. I gotta check it out. Let me see. Do I have the wrong? Too loud? I think your microphone is too low. How is my microphone's not loud?
Literally in the chat, everyone is saying in the chat that your mic is too loud.
Yeah, but they don't know. They don't know. How am I loud? Okay, I'm gonna listen to myself. Am I gonna listen to myself? Okay, testing. Holy shit! Okay, it's really loud. Okay. It's really loud. Wow. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, sorry guys, I gotta fix that. How do I figure this out? Okay, let's If I
Yeah, my
change,
mic was a little bit lower and yours was extremely high, so the audience was putting it on the higher volume when you were speaking, when listening to me, and then you came back.
but why am I so loud though? Oh, I know. Wait. I did something. Okay, is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, it's better now. Have I? Yeah, Bruce is like that loud kid that just bursts into rooms, starts screaming. Like, you know, too much sugar, starts screaming. Yeah. Richard B says it's my personality. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, but I don't want to be, I don't want to have that personality, you know? It's crazy though, like it's very loud.
No, it's good now. I think it's good.
Okay. All right, good stuff. How you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you, Bitcoin FP?
Yeah, doing good, doing good. I got a couple of so yeah, I my EAs got long on Euro JPY and also short at the same time, which is yeah, weird, very weird. It's not really sure what's going on with that one. Apparently, I have one EA that goes long only on Euro JPY, and then it have another EA on Euro JPY that can go long and short. And now it has opened. I can show you guys what I mean. This is the stuff that I have to, you know, I have to figure out when you're building these EAs. So this is on my where's my screen at here? So this is on my funded 40k, and as you can see right here, it has one long position on Euro JPY and also another short position. One is 0.1 lot and the other one is 0.2, and it has gone long and short at similar area. The EA that goes long doesn't have so the EA that goes short doesn't have a stop loss, but it has a TP, and the EA that goes long doesn't have a TP, but it has a stop loss. So the chart looks very weird. All we see is like 2 orders, 1 stop loss, and 1 TP. So I guess at this very moment I'm hedged, I guess, which is weird because yeah, we'll see how this turns out. I also have a long order in. Sorry.
Is it programmed to hedge?
No. It's not. It's just sometimes it looks like it does take a long position and a short position, which has not been a problem when, you know, in back testing and when testing the confluence of them. Not confluence. What is it called? The correlation. Yeah, that's right. The correlation. I also have a buy order in for gold. Right here, you see it also bought that breakout, the recent breakout, and now it has a long order on this possible breakout on gold here as well. Got a couple of orders in on GBP, JPY as well. These are two EAs that are both breakout EAs on GBP, JPY. They have a similar structure, but one of them has a TP and the other one has an open TP and just trails stop up. And I do suspect that they are a little bit too correlated. So, but the figures says otherwise. So it's going to be interesting to see how this develops. Are you in? David Klein says, I thought it was forbidden to open 2 trades that run in opposite direction. Is it?
I'm not sure.
No, it's not forbidden to hedge on one account, right? It's forbidden to hedge different accounts. You can't have 2 different accounts and hedge them against each other. But I mean, you can definitely. I believe you can hedge your own account. That shouldn't be.
Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, we hedge all the time, and sometimes we open a long position, and instead of.
Long, for example, on gold, and I'm holding it from a very good entry point, and at some point I can see the pullback and I want to take short, but I don't want to close my longs. I can do that, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I mean, if I go long, and then I see that I'm down on that one, I might, like Saul. I remember Saul. I had a trading session with Saul the last week, and he said like if I'm gonna be if he is in a long position and he's gonna take a break, he might just open a short position and hedge, and then when he's back, he'll close one of them. Yeah. So instead of closing the position, you can just open a similar position in the opposite direction, and then you hedge, and you won't lose any money while you're taking a break. It's definitely doable. Yeah, I am. I'm not supposed to be trading without a stop loss on the hypergrowth account. I believe that's you can do that, but on the bootcamp account, you're not supposed to be trading without a stop loss. So I have to either remove that EA from being copied over to my bootcamp. This is on a hypergrowth, so it should be okay with that. All right, Anastasiia. Anything you're trading? You said you're long on gold, no?
No, I'm short on gold actually.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea actually. I mean, I do think that gold obviously is a very nice trend to the upside. Obviously, I'm going to be switching over to my trading view here, and we can take a look at that. So what I like about gold here, obviously I feel like we're in a very strong bullish trend right here. I mean, we broke into new all-time highs 2 times this week, I believe, and looking at the 4-hour right here, I do feel like we're still obviously in a very bullish structure. Let's see if we can add some EMAs here. Yes, definitely a very strong bullish structure. We hit that 20 EMA right here on the 4-hour. But then if we go down to like the 15-minute, we're going to be seeing a change of structure right here, where in this trend and previous trends on gold, we have not gone below the consolidation area in an uptrend. So we have consolidation, breakout, then we continue this pattern until we break below previous consolidation right here. And I think in this market, we can definitely look at the EMAs as sort of a. I know I talked about how we can instead of just adding trend lines, we can just add EMAs, because they're basically the same thing. They're, in a sense, it is a trend line, right? So we're breaking below that trend line right here, and we also broke below the 1-hour 20 EMA. So I believe that's the first sign of a weakening of this trend. Now we also see a weakening of in volume here. We can see that we talked about the timing of this, right? Yesterday, where we have the volume spikes at around 1500 on gold, which is because that's when the US market is active. Now the spike yesterday was obviously not as big as all the previous spikes in the beginning of this move right here. So we do have a scenario where volume is no longer confirming price, because we do see price. We have higher highs and higher lows, but we do not have an uptrend in volume. And by looking at the 1-hour, we also see a pretty obvious decline in volume here. Now, what's interesting about this is if we break down here and we start trading to the downside. Now, obviously, we need that volume to increase, right? So if price starts moving lower, we need on the 1-hour volume to pick up as well. If for me to feel confident in shorting this move, I want volume to pick up, okay? Because high volume in a downtrend confirms the downtrend. And then maybe if we reach these areas right here, we can get a weakening of volume that tells us that the volume behind the downtrend is weakening as well. Now what I want to see here is a break below the OBV. Now remember, I have an alert on here for the EMA, which of course makes no sense because I removed it. Let's see, do I have that alert? Yeah. But it doesn't look like it has triggered. Maybe that's because I didn't have the EMA. So let's add the 21 EMA. And we'll see if it actually triggered.
Hey Marina, welcome to the stream.
What's up, Marina? Hope you're doing good. We got a lot of regulars in the comment section here. Good to see you all. So you guys remember what I said yesterday, right? I said I wanted to see a dip below OBV, and then I want OBV to reclaim the 21 EMA. That's what the alert was for. I didn't get that alert, but I was supposed to get that alert this morning. Actually, I need to look and see if I actually have that alert. Can I not do a search? No, it looks like I can't. Okay, so this morning I should have been... Yeah, look at this. Here's the alert, right? We got the unbalanced volume crossing the moving average. So at 8 in the morning, I started getting this alert right here. And that is actually my signal to go long on gold. Because if we follow this pattern, we see that in consolidation phase, OPV breaks below the EMA right here, and then it reclaims it again, happens again here, and then it happens again right here. So the trend on OBV is very much alive and very bullish, and I believe that unless we see an uptick in volume right here, I think the next move is for gold going to be to the upside. I think price action tells us that there are some clues on a potential top here. We might have a swing failure, right? Where price, comes up here, forms a lower low, and then fails to break out here, and instead moves lower here. And that will obviously be also a swing failure here on OBV, which we have already got right here. So yes, there are some signs that the trend might be weakening, but if the previous pattern on gold is true, then as long as we hold this area, I think the next move is going to be to the upside.
Upside or downside?
Yeah, no, upside. But I can definitely see a reason to go short here. But I think...
Be careful with the shorts, because as long as we don't break the 15 minutes high that we just created and the price doesn't hold above it, I'm short. But if it breaks back to the upside, I'm gonna be exiting the short now.
Right.
Because overall I'm still bullish on gold. And looking at the history as well, we just talked about that before you joined, that looking at the history of how the price action went every time the price was exiting the previous ranges, it tried to make the specific pullbacks, but it failed and it always went higher. So I'm not really expecting the big pullback and coming into this blue area that you marked up, because it would be just too obvious and too easy for the people to just buy gold there again.
You're talking about this?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the lower.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
The thing with gold, I feel like it's it either fronts run the perfect levels or it overshoots it, So you have the perfect level right here, and I feel like it's either going to reverse before hitting that level, or it's going to go much lower. So we'll see. Like here, for example, we had, we got a breakout here. It never really, I mean, yeah, it kind of retested level here, but then I have another breakout here, and it fronts around that level. And I think if we see continued momentum onto the upside on gold, I think we're going to get a scenario like this, where we're probably not going to come down and test this level. We might hit, this level, which is the previous all-time high, and then continue higher. So if I would be in a short right now, I would look to take it perhaps maybe a stop loss above here and TP here, something like that. But given the high time frame trend being very bullish, yeah. Okay, Kelly says that my volume is still an issue. Okay, let me see if I can lower my volume then. Okay, what about now? Is this better?
I don't know.
Let me know if... Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna go into settings and make sure that I'm using the right microphone. Okay, this is now supposed to be better. Great.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, they say that it perfectly works now.
Nice. Good stuff. Anastasia, if you want to take a break, you're free to. You can take a break. I know you've been doing an hour alone, and I know how difficult that can be sometimes.
I'm gonna for 2 minutes because I need another shot of espresso, and I'm gonna be back.
Yeah. You can take 10 minutes. 10 minutes, no problem.
Perfect. I'm gonna be back in a second. Thank you.
All right. Okay, now that Anastasia is gone, kidding. That's what are we gonna do? All right. What do you guys want me to do? I can dance. I can't sing. I'm terrible. Actually, I cannot sing. I cannot dance. I'm not even gonna try. Not even gonna try. You know what? No. Not gonna do it. I want you guys to hit the like. Hit the like. Larry123 says open 1 minute and start playing. Okay. Oh, okay. We got the 1 minute right here. How? Okay, Kim, you're saying Mike. You're saying Mike, but Mike's not here. You're saying Mike, Jonathan? I don't get it. Is there still echo? There can't be any echo because it's just me. Okay, can you see if I can listen to myself? Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with my microphone. The quality is not at the level where it usually is. There's definitely some issue with the microphone here. We'll have to go with this. Marina, how's my kids? My kids are great. They started. How my screen is not small. I got the biggest screen, man. Got a huge screen. Yeah, my kids, they're fine. They're good. They're all good. Started school. I think is this the second week or the third week? Because they were sick the first week. My kid got sick, then the other one got sick, then I got sick, and my fiance got sick. But yeah, it's all man, it's so nice. It's so nice when they're back to school. Man, I love my kids, but like having them at home for that long, yeah. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Let's motorcar. Yeah, all right. Let's motorcar. can look at JPY against Euro, USD, Euro, GBP. But that's because Anastasiia got a white background, and I care about your eyes. I care about not making you blind. Maybe it's the headphones. Maybe I'm just screaming because I got the headphones on. Okay, so you guys want to look... do I live in the UK? No, I do not live in the UK. I live in a place that is much, much better than the UK. Marina, I am the only one who wants the kids at home. No, I mean, I love my children, okay? But, like, come on, you know? Gotta work as well. We have to work. Am I from Nigeria? What do you think, man? I don't know. Guess. It says Gilksy is in the UK. Yeah, I'm not in the UK. Although the weather kind of looks kind of like UK-ish. I'm in Sweden. I'm on the other side of whatever that's called. So yeah. Okay, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about the market. GBP, JPY. You guys want to look at this? Okay, GBP, JPY. I look Scottish. Is that a compliment? I don't know. Is Scottish people known for being beautiful? If they are, thank you very much. Oh, you say you live somewhere better than the UK? Only Nigeria is better than the UK. Well, I've never been to Nigeria, okay? I've never been to Somalia as well. I've never been to Jamaica either. Am I wearing a kilt? Yeah. Yeah. Right, GBP JPY. Looking at GBP JPY, looks like it's a breakout waiting to happen. Okay, it looks like it's a breakout waiting to happen. I do feel like, you know, we get that consolidation at resistance. I do feel like it's a, you know, breakout waiting to happen. I can't repeat that too much. Right, okay, so we got volume declining, OBV not telling you much on the daily. We got the 4 hour right here. Not, I mean, it's very difficult to analyze GBP JPY because it's just, you know, it's in a range. We're at resistance after a big move to the upside. It's, you know. Wait a minute. What is this? Pipped off? That's a weird name. Whoever came up with that name, that's a horrible name. Change it immediately. What is that? Pipped off? Seems probably the name of some stupid podcast. The world does not need any more podcasts, okay, guys? We have enough of podcasts. We got podcasts for everything. Now we're gonna have a new podcast for trading. We already have 25 podcasts for trading. You don't need another one. I want everyone to go into this channel and let me know if is this a podcast or not. Let me know if this is a podcast. I want to know. If it's a podcast, get them out of here. We don't need more podcasts. Oh, by the way, we got the next one to join our competition. The one and only. The one and only. Let me pull up the bracket. Pull up the bracket, okay. There we go. See that last slot? Got one more slot. Got Jordan right here. Jordan from Tradelicious. If you don't know about Jordan from Tradelicious, how do I ban people from the comment section? I can't remember how we do that. I'll have to ask Mike. Mike, if you're watching, let me know how I can ban people in the comment section. Can I mute them? Can I time out? Can I do a timeout? Put user in timeout. How long? 1 minute? Yeah, let's do 1 minute. We can do 1 minute. You know, that last comment, that's worth 5 minutes. Okay, let's go. 5 minutes. Pipped off. Check it out, guys. Check it out, guys. Pipped off has been... Oh, I didn't mean to delete all your messages, though. But your timeout, 5 minutes. Okay. That's what you get for launching a podcast, Mike. Podcast. He doesn't want to go on a live stream, but he's going to launch a podcast. You know, it's going to be sitting around just talking about trading, you know? Just talk about trading. You're not even going to be trading. You're just going to talk about trading. Okay. We got one more slot right here. Now, I know that someone has supposed to be... Okay, my microphone's terrible. I'm gonna have to relax. Now, I do see that there's someone in the comment. Now, this wonderful... Am I gonna call you goddess? That's super weird. Okay. I think it's Carla, right? Hopefully. Okay, Carla, I can't call you goddess, okay? So I'm gonna call her Carla. Now, I believe you should have gotten an email from my colleague Alice. Check out your email inbox, because we got one last slot in here at that number 9, and we're thinking, you know, I want to fill that with someone from the community. Think about it. It's either that or you go on Mike's podcast to talk about trading. Okay. But by the way, I guess I'm kidding. Like, Mike's a wonderful person, okay? He's a wonderful person. But to hear him speak for 30 minutes, you know, I like him. But, like, come on. Right, so we got... Right, so GBP, JPY not really doing much, is it? I feel like it's not really doing much. Okay, if you want Anastasiia back and you feel like, who is this guy? It's just, you know, ludicrous. Hit the like and she might come back. All right, so GBP, JPY, I'm not really feeling anything here. It looks like it's potential breakouts are happening on the higher time frames, but we're just in a range at that, you know, resistance, consolidating, not much happening. So GBP, JPY, also there was, you know, some obvious weakness in the pound a couple of days ago, right? It was 2 days ago or something. Yeah, because whatever. But then if you look at Euro JPY, it looks like the breakout is kind of happening, you know, unless we fail. If we go below that low, then I would view this as a fake out, which I think would be obvious on like the 3-day. Yeah, look at that, it's just a wick. Can't really get above that high right there. So there's a couple of things here, right? After a big move like this, we can't really expect price to just continue up forever, and we also have a very clear weakening of volume right here. So I do think that Euro JPY is in an area where we could just continue a high time frame breakout to the upside, or we have some really good levels to the downside right here. So I feel like it's at a inflection point. I'm not even gonna try. You see, I don't even know. My vocabulary is like very narrow to trading. So it's like if I speak to someone in English that's not a trader, you know, it's gonna be like, oh, you know, look outside, we got a cloud formation, looks like a ascending triangle, you know. And I'm gonna be like, oh, look at those two cars, they're confluent with each other, got the same color. Super weird. So I got a very narrow vocabulary in the English language. So if I have like a normal conversation, I will sound very weird. Anyway, it's a good I like. So I feel like this level is price will. The next major move for EUR/JPY, I think we can look back and say that it originated from this. Michael says, Jonatan loves ICT. Yes, I do. I do. If it weren't for ICT, then I, wouldn't be here. Definitely. ICT, I know everything I know in trading is from ICT, you know? I tried to get like an official, like an official education in technical analysis, but then all I had to do is just go to YouTube and watch ICT. I'm spending like 4K to become a chartered market technician, and all I needed was just fair value gaps. It's crazy, isn't it? Bass says, what's ICT? ICT is a community, is a trading community founded in 2017 up in the Himalayas mountains. Originated from the Buddhist culture of reincarnation, where you get stopped out and you basically get reincarnated in a new position. And they have these things called fair value gap, right? Where it's like, if you're fair, then you have a value, like a value gap. So you're gonna be unfair. And that's where the risk to reward ratio comes in. You can't have like fair risk to reward ratio. What's that? Makes no sense. 1-to-1 makes no sense. You're gonna have 2-to-1, 3-to-1, right? And that's where the unfair value gaps comes in. So like they have this big community, like everyone's. So when you see someone like talking about ICT, yeah, that I learned this from ICT. Yeah, that's because they went to the Himalayas. They lived up there for a couple of months, learned how to trade, and then they came back and they put a little ICT next to their name, and they preach the message of ICT, which is basically gotta fix that value gap, gotta be fair, gotta have that and that's all the trading knowledge you need. I figure out, I pay a lot of money to for all the CMT education I'm getting, right? And then I'm like, all I had to do is just join the ICT family. It's crazy. It's such a crazy place trading is. There's all this insanely expensive education out there made by like proper traders and like real institutional traders and hedge funds, but then like the real truth of trading, like the algorithms that run the trading, that it's all free on YouTube. You don't need proper education to become a good trader. All you need to do is just go to YouTube, and it's all free. It's all free out there, guys. It's really amazing. Imagine when the doctors pick this up, instead of going to like medical school and become a proper doctor, imagine when they realize that all you really have to do is just go out and have like a YouTube course, and you're all set. It's amazing. I love it. Love it. That's the key, Right. So, hello, welcome. Now, the mission of this channel is, we have a very clear mission statement at the 5ers live trading channel. It's, so what we're going to do in this channel, guys, is we want to make sure that we deliver something that is both educational and delivers entertainment value. And I think one of the best way to really do that is to be honest and transparent about what we're doing here and what this industry is all about. So for me, for example, I see my job in this live trading show, if you will, as someone who tries to give you guys not a nice little package of trading education. Like for example, I could create a system and call it something, and then package that in a nice way, market it in a nice way, and then give that to you in a live stream, and off you go. You're gonna make tell you they're gonna be rich with this. Or I can teach you all the details of all the indicators and all the technical tools. Like for example, I can tell you that who created the RSI, the history of the RSI, why was the RSI created, and what is the mathematical formula behind the RSI, and all the different ways that you can use the RSI. Like for example, people think that the RSI is oversold, so you should be selling, but that's not the case. Now this is pretty cool, right? So when should you sell when RSI is oversold? Well, you should sell when RSI is oversold in a downtrend, for example. Now you're never gonna sell a bullish trend when the RSI is oversold. Now most people think that you look at an uptrend and RSI becomes oversold and you should sell. No, the RSI in oversold in an uptrend, that's strength. That's something you want to see, that because in a bullish trend, you want that RSI to be oversold because that's a sign of strength. But in a downtrend, and price moves up in a downtrend and RSI becomes oversold, that's when you should be selling. And so there's a lot of different misconceptions in technical analysis and trading that stems from things like ICT, for example. It's so many different things that is trying to be put together into a neat little package and marketed and sold to you as the key to the market. And there's a lot of absolutes in this type of education, right? Where they say something like, when this happens, you have to sell, or you have to buy, or when this indicator gives you signal, you have to do this and that, without really giving you the details of what's actually going on with price and technical analysis, so that you are giving the full framework to create a system of your own. So I see that as my job here in the live trading room, to look beyond the hype and look beyond the marketing names for all of these different concepts and technical analysis. I mean, a fair value gap, for example, it's a lot of times what I see is a fair value gap is a retest of a fair value gap is very often just a break and retest of a horizontal level. And a lot of people, they tell me like, well, why can't you just let people use these words? It's just words. But I think it actually has a lot of meaning, because it's almost like it becomes the holy grail. It's like you have to trade using fair value gaps, and you have to trade using these signals. And if you don't do that, you're not trading in the right way. And I feel like I think we need to say it as it is, and look at whatever structures we're trading, and make sure that we really understand what we are talking about. Have you seen Lux Algo Smart Money? Okay, so let's take a look at it. Okay, so I know that Lux Algo is an indicator. They have a lot of different indicators, as you can see right here. Now, if you type in Lux Algo, now no disrespect to the people behind Lux Algo, they're obviously creating a product here and they're making money doing that. It's awesome, amazing. All the best to you guys. The indicators are amazingly coded. I love how they look and everything. But what I see here is it's like you go into the candy store and there's like a lot of shiny objects and a lot of nice colors on all the different candies, and it's all the same. It's all sugar, okay? So it's just sugar, different flavors, That's just sugar. You get a flavor of the month. Sometimes it's going to be, you see here, ICT silver bullet. Sometimes it's going to be fair value gap. It doesn't matter. Like eventually their common concept takes over another. But what I'm saying is, all of these indicators, they're all based on one thing. All based on one thing. Might be two things, but it's either price or volume or a combination of both. They can't be based on much other things. You can have sessions and things like that. What I'm saying is, there aren't a lot of different things you can do with technical analysis. All you have is price and volume. And if you understand the basics of the basic indicators that can be created from price and volume, like momentum indicators, volume indicators, and all of that, you understand that most of the indicators out there is just the same thing, but slightly different variations. Okay. Ethan, thank you for joining, my friend. How are you? Please tell me about my position, buy or sell. Now, I can't do that because, first of all, I'm not a financial advisor. Okay, so I can't give you financial advice. If I were to give you financial advice, what I would tell you is, tell me about your system and your trading plan, and I will tell you if there's anything you can improve on that. Like, I don't know if you should buy or sell. I don't know your investment horizon. I don't know anything about you or your trading system, so I'm not going to be able to give you a signal on to buy or sell. But if you tell me in a couple of sentences what your trading system is, then absolutely I can help you with that. Because I do believe that every trader out there, if you can't explain your trading strategy in just a couple of sentences, you probably don't understand your trading strategy. So let me know in the comments, explain your trading strategy, and then I might be able to help you from there. All right. We have a question here. Is there a helpful indicator like all of them seem to show past data? So I think one of the, by the way, hello Anastasiia, welcome. Oh, I can't hear because I need the headphones. Now I can hear you. You're not saying anything, are you? Now you are. I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
I was just unmuted. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, right, okay.
I was asking, how are you doing here?
I'm doing fantastic. Oh man, I'm doing fantastic. Couldn't be better. You know, I've been talking a little bit about ICT and you know, get adrenaline. You know, I got that adrenaline going. So
actually, that
okay.
was hilarious. That was hilarious about ICT. I was here. I was listening in the background.
Yeah, you know, it's yeah, it's an interesting little group. But I wanted to cover this little this comment right here. I think so. It's not about. I don't think it's about one indicator, but if I had to choose, if I had to choose one indicator or one extra thing addition to price, that would be volume, because volume shows you something that is not visible in price. So you can have price and then you can have volume and volume based indicators, which will give you a second layer to price. Most indicators are based on price, but if the indicator is based on volume, it's actually based on an additional layer of information. So there are different types of indicator. Like you have volume, like I just described, and then you have momentum indicators, for example. And I would say that you pick one of the different indicators, because momentum indicators, they all pretty much show the same thing, right? So you pick one momentum indicator that you like, and you combine that with volume or a volume-based indicator, and from that you can create a fairly versatile system. So it's not just about one indicator. Right, guys, let's hit that like. Let's not forget to hit that like button. We want to make sure we get those likes up. We got 250 people watching right now, but we only have 75 likes. So if all of you would have hit that like button, we would have many more likes than what we have right now.
When is the competition, by the way? Do we already have a date, or are we already setting it up still?
Yeah, we have a date. We do have a date. And the date is... Oh, nice. Okay. We got... Oh, okay, we got Carla. Carla is joining the competition. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna be adding... I'm gonna be adding her to the bracket. And now that we have all 16 people, I'll start the competition. Okay. Can I start? Just gonna double check everything. Okay, so what I have now is we have a live page, and I'll just make sure everything is correct. Okay, so if you guys go into this this site right here, you are supposed to see, I just posted in the comment section, you're supposed to see the actual competition with all the names and the brackets and everything. And I will be this is going to be updated live. So if you're interested in how the competition is going, you can go in here and you can check the results. And I will also be adding the details to this. So if you, let me show you what it's going to look like. So here you see the site, and you're going to be able to, I will update all the times, and you'll be able to click that magnifier glass right there, and you'll be able to see the match details. So first we got LJ and Ellis. Well, actually the first one is going to be me and Dirk on Monday, and in here you will be able to see the time of when the match is going to take place, and if I can I will also link the stream to here so you can follow along. Round of 1, the first round is going to take 2 weeks. Round 2 is going to take 1 week, and then the semifinals and finals is going to take 1 extra week. So we have 4 weeks of trading competitions ahead of us here. The one who wins, 4 weeks. The one who wins will get a trophy. Gonna have a 5ers trophy. So I'm gonna put that right behind me.
You? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I am so confident that I'm gonna win this. I am so confident. It's crazy.
You've been so confident every single time.
Yeah, and you know, almost every time I won. Okay, I'm just gonna almost every time. Like, yeah, okay, maybe I don't know. I gotta look up the actual numbers here, but I think a pretty good track record. Okay.
Don't look at the actual numbers, Jonathan. Don't do this.
You think I'm gonna lose confidence?
I'm afraid it might affect your confidence.
Nah, Michael. You know, I've set this up. I've done all the work in the back end. If I want to manipulate, I will manipulate. If I want to bribe people, I will bribe people. I will do whatever necessary to win this competition. Okay? You're not even in it. Michael, you're not even in it. Gonna have your little podcast instead. Smile Dental Lab says bye. Yeah, you know what? I need to go to the. I need to get my teeth fixed. Maybe reach out to you. Yeah, do you think I'm gonna be paying for that? LJ is gonna be paying for that.
You think they deliver to Australia? Did you check it already?
No, I don't think they do. Like they had like, from what I understand, LJ lives like in a swamp where you basically like you have to jump over crocodiles to actually get to his house. That's why he doesn't have any internet, because he lives in the middle of nowhere.
They're building a tunnel to his house so he can safely exit the house. Actually,
exactly. That's why he's building a tunnel, but he
building
doesn't know how to build a tunnel.
They hit the only cable of the internet that they had in this whole area, living on the edge of the world.
Yeah, he can't even get like Starlink because it's so it's so remote that even the stars are off. Australia's a weird place, and LJ just fits right in. So yeah, can we have a trophy delivered to Australia? I don't know. Do they even have infrastructure? That's what I'm thinking. Do they even have delivery trucks? I'm not sure they do. We'll see.
And no one has ever seen LJ in life, right? So no one actually knows if he's real or not.
Right.
Technically, it's illegal for him to win the competition because no one knows if he's a human.
I think he met Jordan though.
Did he?
I think it did. I never met Jordan though. I never seen him. All right. Daniel says Aussie is my retirement. Why? It feels like your retirement plan. Okay, never mind. All right. Do we have any ICT traders in the chat? Let me know. We got any ICT traders? Because I would be very surprised.
Are you really going that way, Jonathan?
Yeah, I would be surprised if they're still here after all of my ranting. I would like that. That deserves a prize in of its own. Like, I don't hate ICT or anyone who follows ICT. Okay, I'm just gonna put that out there. I just like my way of trading much more. Okay, so hate is very strong. RC says thumbs down to that. How do we ban people? Can we time it? Not kidding. Okay. I trade using ICT. Moon trader. Yeah, I would. You know what? This is exact type of name that I would expect from an ICT trader. Like trading moon. No, I'm kidding. I'm trading moon faces as well. So I'm trading moon faces. So I can't complain on any type of trading strategy. It's like I look outside, I'm like, I wonder if the stars.
So it's approximately half of the moon. Maybe this is why your EA took both long and short on EJ this morning. Because
yeah, I wake up, I look outside, I'm like, I wonder if the stars are telling me that it really is an ascending triangle. And then I look at the moon and I try to find confidence between the two, which has resulted in catastrophic failure so far, but I'm thinking that eventually I'll have somewhat of a winning run. Very unlikely, but possible. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about EU today?
That's a good question. Just realized we're having a trading live stream here. I should probably look at the charts here. Okay, EU today, same as yesterday. It hasn't nothing has happened. Same as yesterday.
So you are bearish, bullish, or neutral?
I would say I'm bearish because, like I said yesterday, we're at a level where you know, let's put it this way. If price starts moving lower from here, I would say that it was an obvious accumulation or I mean distribution zone up here. So if we put a range on here, I think from a high time frame perspective and more of a long-term view of EU, I think this is to me at least, a very obvious distribution pattern. Like I said yesterday, you guys remember when we looked for confirmation of a break above the accumulation right here. So I think what we have here in EU is a typical Dow theory type of move where we have accumulation, public participation, and then distribution, which I believe eventually will lead to a move to downside, or what markdown phase or whatever that's called. Is a bearish development. So I think EU to me looks like on the high time frames that it makes sense for us to in the next few months trade lower than higher. And then, you know, we look at the dollar currency index, right? Where do we have that? I think this is the one. This is, to me, I think we're building a solid accumulation phase for the dollar currency index. We've seen that we are in an area within a channel that has historically, ever since creating the channel after the financial crisis, this is the area where we have created the lows. And the thing with the dollar currency index is it can take, I think on average, it takes like 190 days for accumulation to form. So we have about 100 days left for that accumulation zone to form on the higher timeframes, which it's a lot of time. And in that time, there's a lot of things that can happen on EUR/USD. But I wouldn't be surprised to see EUR/USD trade within this area up here for the next 100 days, which means most likely for the EUR/USD traders out there, it's going to be a very, very boring second half of the year. I know a lot of EU traders who have been thriving lately, and that's most likely because we've been in this public participation phase or uptrend. But down here, everyone was just complaining about, I'm going to be careful with the drawing here. Down here in this zone, we had a lot of people complaining that EU was just terrible to trade. So I think
it was quite bad right there.
That's what I think about EU.
That makes sense.
You didn't listen. You said it makes sense. You didn't listen. There's no way you listened to all of that.
Actually, I listened. I have my second chart open right here for EU.
All right. We're gonna let them in.
I found it interesting how you have a channel for the DXY, because I was looking at it more from the horizontal zones instead of the channel, but it's actually quite interesting how you see it as well. I haven't seen it the same way, you know, so it's always curious to see their perspective. Because for me,
yeah, you know,
I'm in the same zone of accumulation now, but like I'm looking at it from the horizontal zones, you know.
Yeah, and I do always want to do this type of analysis because it's very easy for me to just put a couple of lines on and paint a picture and say like, okay, it looks like the dollar currency index is going to go up from here. But I think it's important that we also try to find the reasons for that to be. Let me just add this to a group so I can remove it. So we know that we have that channel analysis, right? But I think it's important to also just remove that analysis and put a couple of levels on. And from this perspective, I think it does look like... how do I remove Bitcoin? Never mind. Here it looks like...
Indicators.
Yeah, but I can't see it. Okay, never mind. So from this perspective, obviously what it looks like is that we used to have a potential small pause in a downtrend, and we might come down and hit this level, which kind of makes sense on Euro USD as well. And I think that is what will happen if this consolidation phase or distribution phase fails, and we would then hit that level up here. So obviously, if we add the dollar currency index to this, we'll see that it's the same chart, because I think over 50%, maybe 60% is of the dollar currency index is Euro USD. So they're almost perfectly correlated to each other, or inverse correlated to each other. So if the dollar currency index gets to this level, then most likely Euro USD comes up here. So Euro USD goes up, dollar currency index goes down, and that's when we also have that level being hit on the dollar currency index, which would of course then invalidate this whole idea, because this would then mean that we're breaking below that trend line for the first time in I'm not going to do the math on that, but since it was created in 2008. I know Rich is in the background. He's like, I can do math on that, because he's great at math. Anastasia, they're just waiting. They really want to get on. So I think we need to
get out of here.
Yeah. Let's bring them on, make them feel good about this, make them feel at home, and then we can leave. Okay, let's see. First, let me introduce you to someone. He's a fantastic trader. I wish I had more things to say, but he's a really good person as well. Welcome, Rich. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going? I didn't know who you were bringing on. A little bit of a curveball there. Fantastic trader. I was like,
Yeah. And then we have Will. Welcome. What's up, man?
What's good, man? How's it going, guys?
Right, and all the way from South Africa. Feels like the other side of the world, because it is. We got Richard. How's it going?
Good and you?
Dude, fantastic, man. Fantastic.
Cool, man. Awesome stuff. How's the day been so far for you guys?
It's been interesting.
That's a good response.
Definitely been interesting.
Trade before than on farm as well, so for me the day has been quite ranging and boring, to be honest with you, compared to the previous three. Like the first 3 days of September were amazing. Like that was totally worth waiting for the whole August to those moves in gold in the beginning of the week, but now everything is dead before the non-farm. I'm expecting it to stay the same way essentially until the numbers are going to be released, or at least until we have the PMIs in the afternoon today.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm reading. I should mute myself. Oh my god, I'm just reading weird messages. You guys, you gotta stop messaging me weird stuff when I'm on the live stream. It's just I do not have the attention span to like focus on one thing. I got too many screens. It just pops up all everywhere. Okay, what are we gonna be talking about today, Rich? The performance coach of the 5ers.
So I was chatting with Will a little bit earlier on, and he said that we're going to be leaning into high performance in trading, how to keep motivated, how to stay disciplined. So we've got a lot of good stuff, but we're also going to open up the floor to chat as well. So if chat's got anything that they want to lean into specifically, then we're going to take a little bit of a lead, sort of mid-call from chat. So feel free to share anything that you got in chat. It's something that's playing on your mind, but mostly we're going to be honing in on how to level up ourselves as a trader. And Will's got lots of insights on that. Same with Rich as well. Sorry, Richard. We need a Richard and a Rich.
We need to specify this now.
No, I love that. That's awesome. We definitely need some proper trading education here to after my session here with whatever I'm gonna call that rant or whatever. Okay, I am gonna leave you all, and I'll be listening in the background. I'll be helping out if there's anything. So yeah, see you guys. See you guys later. I'm gonna bring up Rich. See if you have anything. You haven't shared anything, have you? No, I'm just gonna bring up.
I can't find my theme.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna see if I can set that up. I'm just gonna change to. It's a bit something wrong with the back end here. Let me switch to this one. Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Oh, sweet. Oh,
All
yeah.
here. Nice.
So many pretty people.
Yeah.
And Jonatan.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna jump off and I'll set everything up in the background so you got all the screens and everything.
Legend.
You guys, thank
All right.
you. Thank you so much.
Nice one.
I'll leave you. I'll see you next week.
Have a great day, guys.
Too.
See you later. Yo, this is my favorite stream by far already. I can just feel it. I gotta
It's
go
a
feel
will between two Richards, let's say.
Yeah.
You know what
It's
I've just noticed? We're all
Wilson.
wearing white. I'm not sure if that was a strategic thing.
Oh yeah, no, fair point. This as well. I'm actually wearing white on white on white on white. Like I mean, I am properly white today. It's a sunny
I'm not
day.
going to show you my legs.
No, you gotta pay for that. See.
Just that slightly.
Go to Richard Butler at somethingfans.co.za or .com or .raw or whatever you want to call it.
Dude, like I'm gassed. Like this is super cool. So like, I'm actually streaming now with my first ever host turned co-host, and now my most recent host/co-host actually now, Richard Butler. To be fair.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So, dude, this is super cool for me, man. Like, I'm super gassed over this. I was so excited. I spoke to Jonatan about bringing you on, Richard, and obviously spoke to Rich about crossing paths once again. So, dude, I'm super excited. Like, this is gonna be so much fun for me. Well, I hope, hopefully. And so yeah, we got a lot to talk about.
There will be plenty of opportunity to cross paths in the near future. So talking of crossing paths ever so quickly, I see that Moto NR has crossed paths from phase 1 and phase 2 into a live funded stage. We've got a question in chat saying, "Hi Rich, I passed both evaluations with good execution, perfect risk management, but I'm in a struggle to get to a payout. Any insights from both of you? I'm making stupid mistakes." So this is going to apply to a lot of traders. This is something that I personally have gone through. I know Will and Richard have gone through exactly the same thing. So you're building your trading edge, you're building your psychology, you're building your discipline, and the day comes where everything aligns. The market agrees with your analysis. You start making a little bit more than you lose, and you start passing these accounts. You've passed phase 1, you pass phase 2, and you think the work is done. And Moto NR is pulling up this, and I love this because it pulls up this idea that I thought getting funded was the end goal. Now I'm funded, I realize there's this whole new scale and this whole new mountain to climb. So I'm curious, guys, what have you personally experienced when you reach that first level of funding and you start realizing actually this is real capital that can now pay me? How did you transition and how did you figure out sort of how to scale those that new environment?
That's a fantastic question, guys. Yeah, what an awesome question to open up with. It's a hard journey as well, man, isn't it? You know, trying to scale your capital, trying to actually introduce that sort of profitability. So I'm assuming Rich is talking about other people because I'm still yet to try and find that at the moment. These summer markets, man, they've been taking me for a bit of a ride. Having said that, you know, yesterday was super frustrating. So I actually lost on EU with the trade that I took. However, gold hit a full TP. It did have a break-even bounce, the infamous break-even bounce, which Rich knows all about. It did have a break-even bounce, but it hit a full TP, and it's the trade that I didn't take. And I was like, oh man, like that's super.
Were you short EU?
The morning I was short EU. I think I was long EU.
We were short
trade.
initially.
Yeah.
So the trade that we took yesterday was one that we took on stream, and we both saw the exact same thing. We both took it, and we both won.
GU. Yeah, I didn't take the EU trade in the end, but I shorted EU in the morning, then I shorted GU in the afternoon, and they both just hit stop. And I was like, I'm done. That's me done now. So I'm going to see if I can see anything nice in the market today. But the gold trade that I didn't take, but I drew it up live on stream with you guys. It did come back down to break even, but then it did end up hitting a beautiful 2R, which I'll actually bring up on stream now in just a second. Oh, in fact, I'm seeing my. There we go. There we go. Can you see it, guys? Okay. We can get that. There's a nice little gold trade here, so super cool. Like you guys know by now, I do try and achieve a 2R as a minimum usually. I will go for a 1R if it's a bit more of a scalp trade or maybe it's like counter trend trade, but providing we're with the flow of the market, I will go for a 2R unless I can see some low hanging fruit, and it could be potentially a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Gonna have a quick catch up with chat as well, guys. So we got we missed the drum rolls. Yes, we did miss the drum rolls. Hello, Rich from Kavika. How you doing? Hi, Rich and Will. How you doing, man? Shout out South Africa. Sup, guys? What's good? Hello, South African Richard. I've seen as well. Marina, hi, Rich. How you doing? Yes, Marina, it is well. How you doing, man? Wesley, Rich Guy 1 and Rich Guy 2. I did like the next comment though. We had where is it? Let me try and find it. The White Knights. Where's the comment? It's like we need a nickname for. There it is. So Abe, we need a proper nicknames to tell the riches apart. That's true. Any ideas, guys? We'll take suggestions.
Well, I mean, Rich is the performance coach, so he could be Mr. Performance. I don't know.
That is such a cheesy name. I'm sorry.
I didn't want to say it.
Well,
yeah, you guys call me Butler if you want to. It's fine. I'm here to serve in any way.
Oh, I see. Twice as rich as you were yesterday, Will. Indeed. I am twice as rich as I was yesterday. I like that. Now that was good.
So let's pull this back slightly, where we were talking about going into phase 1 and phase 2. Like I assume that most traders in chat and most of the traders that I actually work with are prop traders, predominantly prop traders. So let's really dial in this idea of passing an account. Phase 1, phase 2. In the very early days, I thought that when I pass the account, that's it. I'm done. I'm going to make all the money. I actually got funded probably before I should have got funded. And I'll hold my hands up. My first funding account was $100,000. So when I got funded, I was trading with $100,000 with 1% risk per trade. And I was only newly profitable. I was very, very ignorant to the idea that if I just follow my edge, the results will come. I was a very one-dimensional trader. I was like, look, I see a pattern. I click buy and sell, 1% risk. And surely I won't have 10 losses in a row. Like I hadn't experienced 10 losses in a row. So when I got funded for the first time and I saw $1,000 moving up on the screen, it messed with my head. And I think this is what the trader's talking about is when we're in sim, when we're in the demo, when we're in the phase 1, we're in the phase 2, we only have really the exposure, which is our buy-in fee. Okay, so a lot of traders, and I've shared this kind of in a Discord call that I do, we can reframe our personal risk when it comes to how we view the prop firm account. And typically what it is when we get funded, we put this account up on a pedestal. And for those of you who sort of follow law of attraction work, if you see something that's a bit above your value, typically we'll push it away. And so it's super important that what we look at and what we trade is a size that we can look at and say, that's nothing compared to my value or my worth. And when I looked at this $100,000 account that I got funded on for the first time, I got funded, I got a few payouts, and then I started to freak out. When the money was hitting my account, I started to freak out. And the first thing, this is a telltale sign for traders, when you start looking at your account and you realize you're using inconsistent risk. You feel a bit nervous around a trade. Okay, I'm going to scale down now. Maybe you see another trade and you feel a bit too confident, you put on too much risk, or you see another trade and you skip it altogether. And I found that what happens over time was I was deviating from my trading edge. Now, one thing that I did, and I would encourage everyone as a trader to give themselves a holistic view of their trading. So imagine we trade a simple pattern. You were trading gold. Let's say that gold fell into a simple pattern that you were trading, and your job is to execute on that pattern every single time it turns up. Now, if you had a spreadsheet and just like backtesting, you recorded your results and you followed those results through, you would have a result of +2, -1, +2, -1, and you would have a set of results. Now, what happens in the column next to that is we get +1.2, +1.3, -1, -1, and we get a very different result to our strategy. And I talk about this a lot when we do the Discord calls. It creates a gap between the result you could achieve if you followed your system and the result you actually achieve. Now, that gap exists in two reasons: time management and how you organize yourself, and psychology, which is where we're letting our fears and our trauma and our emotions, and we're typically trading our emotions, not our technical trading edge. Now, this is why I'm such a nerd when it comes to data. When you can clearly present to yourself two sets of results, the result you get and the result you should have got, nothing fuels that regret faster than seeing where you could be if you didn't get in your own way.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times we talk about change, and a lot of big change in our lives comes from trauma or massive events that all of a sudden we get a health scare or we get something huge and we say, right, that's it, I'm sick of this, I've now got to change it. In trading, often we don't get that moment. What we get is death by 1,000 cuts. We get this slow bleeding where we're just draining our accounts dry through bad behavior. If you can present the information to yourself, you can get this eureka moment, this moment of, wow, I'm really screwing myself up right here. Like, I could be funded with ridiculous capital and I could be up probably about $35,000 this month. And then you look at your actual result and you realize you're nowhere near that. And that gap, that clarity, that moment is such a sobering moment, because we realize that what we're doing is we're trading our emotions. We're not trading our edge. And so in a lot of the material in the course that we're creating is all around how to gain that emotional awareness in the moment, and also bringing prop firm accounts to off a pedestal and to a level where you can objectively trade them. This is the reason you get funded in the first place. And so if we can get funded through good practices, the only reason why we can't continue with that is we're just getting our head about it. So we've got to be super objective about our trading, and this is why I enjoy recording data around my strategy, because it gives me the insights to recognize when I'm hurting my trading edge. And 90% of the traders that I speak with, that I sit in calls with, we recognize they all say they've got good edge. And if everybody has good edge, then why is the success rate not 90%? It can only be one thing. You can only get so unlucky before you go, hang on a minute, maybe there's a bit more to this. Maybe it's me. And so I got funded, I got paid out good money on a 100K account, and I kept that account for I think about 16 months. And slowly I started to go into drawdown, and I used that as my learning opportunity. And I said, this account cost me $500. I'm going to learn as much as I can about myself for $500. And so when I look at a challenge account, I look at the price I'm paying for the account as my tuition fee. Have I got everything figured out in my trading? No, there's still things I'm developing within my trading. It's good enough and I get on okay with it. Some people would say my results are great. To me, there's still a little bit of a gap. So when I look at taking on an account or backing myself into a personal account, I see this as my tuition. I see this as something that I'm willing to look at and say, right, if this goes horribly wrong, the total exposure to myself would be maybe $150, $200 for a 20K account. So if you're trading an account right now and you feel that pressure, take a moment to step back, look at what it cost you to purchase the account, and realize that's what your exposure is, and that's your opportunity to learn as much as you can. And it doesn't change anything in reality, but it reframes in our mind how we feel about the account. And if we can reframe in our minds how we feel about it, that's going to affect our behaviors, and our behaviors are going to affect our actions, and our actions are going to affect our results. So if you're not getting a result you want, typically we follow that all the way back to a belief in ourselves and typically a trigger. And $100,000, $20,000. It's a lot of money. A lot of retail traders won't have that in a personal account. So when we have the opportunity for prop firms, they hit different because they're very big numbers and we have a huge amount of leverage, which we can move these accounts pretty aggressively. And sadly, it comes incredibly close to giving us the same kind of brain activity that gambling would. And so we've got to try and put the brakes on and stop and recognize, actually, this is something that's hurting me, not helping me. So the difference, in my opinion, of a gambler to a trader is somebody that has an edge and knows how to execute on that edge. Every time I take an activity outside of my proven edge, I say out loud, Rich, you are being a filthy gambler today. Because I don't want to be a gambler. I want to be somebody who executes on an edge. And when I recognized it, I brought it into my conscious mind, then I was able to build behavior patterns around it to improve it. Guess what? New equity highs. New equity highs as a result of how I acted, which was a byproduct of how I felt and the belief system in myself. This is why I'll always talk about psychology being such a huge, huge part in trading. I can statistically prove to you that psychology is the reason that traders fail. But we'll do that for another session. That was something I wanted to share when it comes to funding accounts, is just how can you take them off a pedestal? I'm probably not allowed to explain how I did it publicly, but I found ways to look at these accounts and bring them down to a size that I could say, okay, I can manage this. It's not overwhelming. And then my behavior changed as well. So it's like that inner work, I believe, comes first. And it's that boring work that we talk about. But, 7 years of full-time trading, after a while, you get so sick of banging your head on a wall and not getting anywhere. You say, well, maybe I'm willing to try anything. And I remember years ago, there was a guy I reached out to who knew how to trade. This was in my first 2 years of trading. He knew how to trade. And I said, I will work for you for free if you can just let me rub shoulders with you for a little bit. Just try and figure out just a little bit more with the markets. He turned around and he said, nah, I don't need you. And when you're willing to offer your services to someone for nothing and they reject you, I would say you're at a pretty much an all-time low. That was my turning point. That was my point where I said, you know what? I recognized I was willing to do anything to make my trading successful. And that's when I started looking in the places where most of us won't look. I looked at myself and I figured, you know what? The shortfalls in myself, I'm literally willing to give my time away for free just to try and figure out some stuff about the markets. What does that say about me? My sense of self-worth. And so it was an interesting period of my life, but eventually I pieced things together and figured it out. And I think I took the path that I was meant to. And so it's just something I wanted to share because there are well over, and I won't go into the full stats, there are well over 50% of traders that are having a serious hard time with trading. And if you got into this for a bit of fun, maybe you're getting your fix. But if you got into this to build a sustainable career, I had to change the way I was adjusting. I had to change the way I was engaging in the market. And a lot of the time, it's just when to buy gold, when to sell gold, when your system says buy, when your strategy says buy. This is when you should buy, not when someone else says, yeah, I think I'm going to get involved in this now. I mean, it's nice to share and collaborate ideas, but it's also better that them ideas come from yourself. Well, we had the joy of being able to stream together for a long, long time, and we were head-to-head live streaming for months and months and months. And every day, I would pitch Will's ideas against my ideas. And sometimes there was do you remember there were days where you're like, you're selling? Are you mad? I'm buying. And we would have these difference of opinions. And I think it's a nice day when you can arrive at an idea where other people's ideas, they don't affect your own. And you have that much belief and confidence in your trading edge, and your job is just to close that gap and execute and get the result it is. I don't want to rabbit on too long, but how do you guys experience kind of when you go through challenge into funding? Have you been doing it long enough that you're like, there is just literally no difference whatsoever, I just trade my edge? Or do you still find there's small hiccups that hold you back?
Yeah, it's a super difficult one, to be fair. Like, I haven't felt that sort of pressure of a new account in a while. So earlier on at the beginning of the year, I'm not going to go into how much funding, but I hit new equity highs on how much funding that I had under my portfolio. And so it was a very similar thing to yourself explaining now, Rich, about the psychological implications and the psychological exposure that I actually had when opening up this new source of potential income. And it hit me, and I was like, oh my God, wow. And it was that same dopamine release, that same fear, that same sort of emotion that I had when I first passed my accounts, when I first passed a new challenge, like sort of a couple of years ago, when I'm first getting into that sort of full-time side of trading. And it's the first time I've felt that in a while. So usually nowadays, I pass an account, I trade an account. It doesn't really bother me too much because I've managed to almost psychologically numb myself to that feeling. And that was a big feeling. Oh, that was a very difficult sort of journey of mine, but it's a great feeling that I had. And I'd be passing an account, failing an account, passing an account. And then once I passed and got live funded, I got this almost overwhelming feeling of potential. And what I mean by that is I got this amount of money, this almost ungodly amount of money of 100k live account that I could just do anything I want with. And I was almost too afraid to trade it. And the minute I became too afraid to trade it, I would hit severe drawdowns. I'm talking like 5, 6, 7, 8, 10% drawdown. And then I'd go and blow the account. And like you said, it wasn't death by gunshot, it went instant. It was a million and one little paper cuts, just slowly, draining my account. And in the end, it was just one of those like, oh no, I've come to the end of my journey with this account. And it was a really crappy feeling, and it took me quite a while to understand that there's a psychological sort of divergence, there's a psychological difference when it comes to my live trading compared to my actual challenge account. And the minute I started aligning it is the minute I started realizing it wasn't just with my challenge accounts and my live accounts, it was actually psychological strain I was putting on my entire trading journey. And the minute I started realizing that is the minute I started actually speaking at events, and I started really not only holding myself accountable, but the minute I started speaking to other people about holding themselves accountable, it put this massive pressure on me. But it was a positive pressure. It was the pressure of holding yourself accountable. And the minute I started telling people that you've got to do this, you've got to do this, you've got to do that, this is what worked for me, this is what made me profitable, the holding yourself accountable, the putting the work in behind the scenes, doing the boring parts, becoming a profitable trader even when you're not a profitable trader. And what I mean by that is it's this ugly word, this modern word that is called manifesting. And so many people see we've all got mixed emotions when it comes to manifestation. But when it comes to manifesting, I mean become the person you want to become. And that sounds so silly, but who is future rich? Who's future Richard? Who's future Will? Like he's a profitable trader in 2 or 3 years' time. What is profitable trader Rich and Richard and Will doing? Yeah. And what is he doing compared to what am I doing now? And becoming that person was super difficult. And I thought, wow, I've got to actually become this person who I want to become in the future. But what was even harder was actually talking about it and, getting up on stage in front of hundreds of people and saying, I'm doing this. You need to potentially do this. Or I found there's a correlation in this and profitable traders. The minute I started talking about myself doing it, I held myself accountable because I got to practice what I preach. And, I'm not going to be that guy that says, get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and then sets his alarm for 8 a.m. You got to practice what you preach, and you got to be able to walk that walk. You got to be able to walk the road and say, look, guys, I've walked this road. It's an ugly road. It's a windy road. There's all sorts of hiccups and obstacles along the way, but it's okay. It's normal. It's doable. We can do it. Don't be that person that says, go do that. Let me know how it goes, because I have no idea. We've all, like every single one of us, on live stream right now, and I'm sure in chat, those who have been in this trading journey for some time now knows that there are so many hiccups along the way, and it's trying to find a way to overcome those obstacles. It took me a really, really, really long time, and even now I'm still finding hiccups. The only difference is the hiccups aren't any longer with challenge accounts and funded accounts. It's now with maybe funded accounts and drawdown, or funded accounts and new equity highs, or scale-ins, or work-life balance, relationships, another thing. I've just gone into a relationship earlier on this year, which is going absolutely fantastic. But now I'm starting to think, okay, like this is potentially going to be a serious relationship. How is this going to affect my trading? How can I actually give enough time to my trading compared to what I'm given to my relationship? Same goes with my parents. I like going out for lunch and going out for coffee and tea and whatever, going out shopping. I love spending time with family. I'm a big family guy. So how is that going to look when it comes to my trading? How can I give enough time to make sure that I'm staying sustainable and profitable in my trading? But how can I also make sure that I'm given enough time to the reason I got into trading in the first place? So, we're always finding, hiccups along the way. We're always finding journeys and sort of pullbacks in our journey of trading. It's not one massive equity curve up. Very much like a bull trend. We're going up, but we're gonna get a pullback, and that pullback, you've got to be able to understand, how are we going to deal with this pullback sustainably? How are we going to make sure that we can go through this pullback and make sure there's light at the end of the tunnel for us? Whether that's mitigate or lowering our risk, whether that's back testing, whether that's actually journaling our life journey, allow our actual our daily habits. A great book for that I actually finished reading was Atomic Habits. I actually finished reading that when me and Rich were live streaming together. So we spent a lot of time talking about that book by James Clear, I think is the author of that book. Fantastic book. Really talks about sort of making good habits easy, or making good habits attractive, and making those negative habits a little bit more difficult. Today is the first day, actually, I'm drinking straight black coffee. And this is my first day of a 4-day fast. So this is going to be another journey that I'm going to go on, and it's due to a hiccup that I found in my trading, and due to a hiccup that I found in a correlation between my trading and my exercise regimes and my eating. So that's something that I'm on a journey with now. So trying to find ways that you can improve yourself through your trading and outside of your trading will affect your trading as a byproduct. So all correlated, all very related, and something that will never get easier. It just gets different.
Yeah, the chapters change, right? I love that. There was something you said about behaving like the future you. What does Will do in 3 years' time when Will's absolutely at the peak of his career? What's the behavior patterns? What's the character traits he has? I see in chat it says fake it till you make it and be delusional. I want to challenge that slightly. So let's take, for an example, a gym analogy, because it's super simple, right? We want to be maybe the person that squats 150 kilo, but maybe day one we can only squat 30 kilo, for an example. Okay, now take the same analogy for your trading. You want to be a trader who's $2 million funded. You're at the point of trying to get your first funding account, so you're trying to get that first win. Mm-hmm. The idea of faking it before you make it, I'm not quite sure I agree with that, and I'll tell you why. Or I want to challenge a different idea. When you eat like somebody that squats 150 kilo, when you learn how to behave and lift weights in that same person, even though you have to start at 30 kilo, you're not delusional. You are doing it. You are now aligned correctly on that journey, and if you give it time to compound, you will end up reaching your goal, because you are behaving in a way that you're going to get that kind of growth. And so when we say, like, well, it's about just kidding ourselves and then eventually we'll get there, I believe it's exactly what Will said. It's behaving exactly like the trader that is a $2 million funded trader. What work did that trader put in? Let me do that work today. How does that trader think about themselves? Let me start adopting that mindset today. What content does that trader watch? What journaling tools does that trader use? Who does that trader surround themselves with? What level of risk management does that trader have? How clear is that trader's strategy? These are all things that if we forecast and we look at the person we want to be, we can ask what questions we can ask the questions of what do we need to do to behave like the person that will bring in that success. And this is where I believe if you behave like it and you put out like a certain energy, you will get a different result. If sometimes as a social experiment, I won't give examples, but we were in a course that we were doing. It was a group setting, and a question come up, and they said, we want everybody to stand on one side of the room who believes that this is the correct answer, and we want everybody to stand on the other side of the room who believes that Option B is the correct answer. Now, this was a very clear cut. There was only one correct answer. And so what happened was everybody walked to one side of the room. And a little thought inside my head went, Rich, what if you didn't follow the crowd? What if you took an opposing view? Now, obviously, I chose the wrong answer deliberately, but I went and stood opposite a lot of people who then, in that moment, because of what I chose, how I chose to behave, I did it as a social experiment, but those people would now view me in a certain light. That's the difference between building friendships or breaking friendships. The same is true when it comes to trading. How you behave in a trade, whether you over leverage and it hits stop loss, that's like a pullback which could lead to a dark hole if you don't catch yourself emotionally. So it's recognizing Atomic Habits is a cracking book. Like we talk about like willpower and not having enough motivation to just kind of put out high quality work. When you create amazing processes every day, then you don't need half as much willpower. It's like when you don't put the chocolate cake in the fridge, you don't need the willpower to not eat it every single day. When you just stock your fridge with good whole foods, and when you align yourself with good people, when you align yourself with good work, when you delete the noise that surrounds you, you don't need half as much willpower. And that's why I really enjoy that book, because it's something that's it creates a good system. And my job every day is just to follow my system that I've created. And if I can do that, it brings me one step closer every single day to the kind of person I would like to be in 3 years. And that's the difference between knowing I'm achieving it, because my results are now aligning with that, than faking it until I make it. Richard, I'm curious, what's something that you do each day that helps you when it comes to your mindset with trading? Is there like a practice that you found really works for you? Because I know it's going to be different for...
Yeah, he gets to say good morning to me every morning.
He knows what it is.
Every day. Before I answer that, I want to just jump back to what you were talking about earlier regarding passing an evaluation account and then the impact that it has, and whether or not going and trading it differently, or finding anything about it that really stands out, whether you pass it or fail it. And the thing is, for those that don't know, in my past, I used to be a semi-professional poker player. So no limit hold'em poker player. And there's a very nice quote by an absolute poker legend called Doyle Brunson. And Doyle Brunson said, in order to be a successful gambler, you have to have a complete disregard for money. And that statement can be broken down, the idea of disregard for money. It doesn't mean you're being careless with your bankroll, or rather not letting the monetary value or the pots influence your decision-making process. And being more decisive, choosing to focus on your decisions rather than what you're wagering in any specific pot. And the idea of that really resonated with me for many years, because being a poker player and looking up to this person, you realize, but he's so successful because he hasn't put the monetary value as an importance, rather the decision-making as importance. So poker and trading is very similar in the sense that I'm a poker player, the three of us are playing together. I have no control over how you are going to react. I have no control over how you're going to be managing your bankroll. The only control I have is over my bankroll and my decisions, where the market is exactly the same. You can want something in the market to happen, but it will never happen. Or it could happen, but you have no control over it. So the thing that helped me in my day-to-day thing was realizing that there are certain things within my control, and if they're in my control, I'm going to try and control them. I'm going to wake up early if I want to be somebody that wakes up early. I am the only one that's in control of that. And I think at the end of the day, the more you do something, the more it becomes ingrained in your head. The more you want a certain something, the more you're going to look at other people and think, oh, Rich is doing this. Do I want his life? Yes, I do. I want his, from what I can see, I want his life. So I'm going to start emulating what Rich is doing. And in so I'm going to have Rich's life. But the problem by doing that is that that's not you. That's not your journey. That's not how you perceive yourself. You're looking at it as if you're comparing yourself with somebody else. So that's another thing that I did. I stopped comparing myself with other traders. I stopped comparing my results to to what I was seeing online or to other traders that I would like watching you and Will trade on LLTF. Looking at your results, I was always like, oh, I'm not a good trader because I'm not getting their results. That's like a cardinal sin to anybody that wishes to improve. Stop comparing yourself to other people.
Yeah.
What I would say is, and I 100% agree with both of you when you said this, was do something today that your future self would be proud of. So, Will and Rich, you both mentioned it. I really don't need to go into in depth with what you've mentioned, but that is also something that resonated with me as well. And at the end of the day, the decisions and choices that you make today is going to shape who you will eventually become, whether you want or do not want. It's got nothing to do with want or need. It's got everything to do with the choice that you make. Me personally, I've passed one or two evaluation accounts with different prop firms. The problem that I always got was the moment I got into a funded phase, it became real. It went from, this is a demo account, I'm allowed to make mistakes, it's going to cost me X amount of money just to do the evaluation. I'm fine losing that money. Up until getting funded, and then all of a sudden I was like, ooh, this is too real now, I don't want to lose that money. So what I did was I went and I had a few personal accounts. They weren't very large, but I would take those personal accounts and I would trade them the exact same way according to the rules that the prop firm was following, or telling you to follow at least. And I got comfortable with the idea of using my own money, trading the way that I would trade on a prop firm. And I would completely disassociate with the actual value of that account. And like, just to allude back to Doyle Brunson's quote, I would completely disregard the monetary value of it and focus more on the decision making. And that is the thing that eventually helped me. And then obviously there were some other things with, more psychological issues like overtrading or fear, FOMO and stuff like that. Every day is a opportunity for you to learn. Every moment in the market is an opportunity for you to learn something new, or even to just reiterate something that you've already learned. And just, yes, if it's been said before, say it to yourself again. You're eventually going to get there. That you guys placed it so perfectly. Like, I can't really add anything more to it. That's why I was like so quiet all the time, just looking at you going, yeah, I agree. You guys are so smart. It's just...
just quickly, one of my favorite words is take action. I absolutely stand by this. It's been under my Discord name for probably 3 years. It's a reminder for myself to do exactly what Richard has just challenged us with. Richard has said, literally, he's spelled it out. Every day, do one thing that your future self would thank you for. And so, how do we go from just like, oh yeah, that's a really good point. That sounds good. That makes me feel good. How do we take that to an actionable state? Now, I'm going to challenge everyone in chat, and this is the difference between traders typically, right? And I'm talking as a whole, traders who get to where they want to be are people that implement and use resources like this as a way to sharpen themselves. Now, Richard Butler has just shared, do something today that your future self will thank you for. I want to challenge chat. If you dare, if you're brave enough, if you're able, if you're not working and have this on in the background, type one thing in chat that your future self would thank you for doing today. But only put down the thing which you are actually going to be able to complete today. And if you set this as your goal, and you do it today, and you do it tomorrow, and you do it for about 6 weeks, you build that into a behavior pattern. Now, whilst we're waiting to see if anybody in chat wants to just share something small that they're willing to do today that's actually going to help themselves build towards their goal. Whilst we're waiting for that, I'm going to share a quick story. There was a trader, I'm not going to mention their names, but you will know, some of you who follow the Discord calls will know exactly who this trader is. And this trader is somebody who comes into the Discord calls. We've got one today, which is going to be in about 3.5 hours from now. And this trader comes in, and Will, you know who this trader is. I love this trader the bits. This trader comes in and says, Rich, what is it I can do to level up my game? Like, step by step, what is it I need to do to level up my game? This trader starts asking questions like this. More to the point, The trader then built out a plan on how they were going to achieve it. I asked the trader to check in with me to make sure that they were achieving these goals. This trader is now a funded trader. Today, this trader has sent me a message. I think it was last night. I haven't had a chance to read it, but I've seen bits of it. The trader has now achieved their payout. The trader is funded. The trader has achieved their payout. The trader got funded and immediately said, "Hey, Rich, just to let you know, I'm now at this point." And I said, "Show me that you will do exactly what you did to get funded." The trader has gone off and done nothing but that. And all I saw was a beautiful equity curve. Now the trader benefits all the payouts for that, and the trader is honing that skill set. And that's the difference of somebody who says, "You know what, I'm going to watch something for entertainment," relative to someone who says, "Hey, I'm going to watch this as a resource because I want to cut my teeth on this. I want to learn how to be a better version of myself." And Richard has laid down the boundary. He said, "What are you going to do today that makes you better tomorrow?" And this is your opportunity to take action on that. And that's I believe, the difference between somebody who gets stuck in a circle of having best intentions. One day I'd like to. And somebody that says, "Today I'm going to break that behavior pattern. I'm going to cut the crap and I'm going to do the thing that I've been putting off for too long. I'm going to make a promise to myself and I'm going to turn up and I'm going to do the one thing today that's going to help me move closer and towards my goals." And it's a bloody hard thing to do. And that's one of the hardest things about trading. You are your own boss. And nobody going to turn up and try and gear you up every single day and make you perform at your peak. You have to be that person for yourself. And until you can learn to be that person, a lot of time got wasted in trading early on for me. And it was when I learned that skill set, and a big part of that was Atomic Habits, and then just looking at every piece of resource. How can I take action? That's it. So, Rich, to answer your question, and I'll lead by example with this because I think it's super important. I've been meaning to draw up my trade examples for ages. I have grade A's, grade B's. I've been meaning to draw up perfect examples of what this looks like. And it's been in my to-do list for way too long. And you know what? Today, I'm going to dig that out. I'm going to put it top of the pile and I'm going to get it done. That's the one thing today that I'm going to take action on, because having a proper, perfect example of a grade A and a grade B with listings on it gets it out of my mind and puts it in front of me every day. Then the little caveman brain inside of me sees a picture and goes, "Oh, that's what I'm looking for." And it just cements that trading behavior even deeper. Richard, I'm going to send you a screenshot later on today to prove I've done exactly what I said I would.
I'll hold you to it.
I love that, man. That's class. Do you know what I find absolutely magical? And I mean genuinely absolutely magical. Rich talks about taking action, talking about doing it now, talking about actually putting that into place. Me and my brother have what's called the Monday attitude. And it's the "I'll do it Monday. I'll do it next week. I'll do it next month. Start fresh. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it Monday." It's a Monday attitude. It's always you'll do it on a fresh week, on a fresh start. No, you do it now at 2:30 on a random Tuesday afternoon. You start now. You do it now. You take action. And I'm seeing a monster correlation between those who just start and those who do it Monday. And it's that taking action. It's that taking that initiative to say, "I'm going to start now at 6 p.m. on a Thursday evening. I'm going to start now." It doesn't matter what that is. It could be cleaning your room. I'm going to go do half an hour cleaning. I'm going to go read one page of my book. You don't have to start and do the end goal now. Starting now doesn't mean finishing now. Starting now means that initial out the gates move that sparks that initial move to implement what you and who you want to become. And the next part was what Richard said and was absolutely amazing. I'm bringing my Instagram up right now, and I post every Sunday evening what I like to call your weekly dose of motivation. And it's just something, that keeps me motivated. And I thought, I'm going to start sharing that with my followers. And it was perfectly, almost identical to what Richard spoke about. And I'm going to show you it. And it's your weekly dose of motivation. Everything you do now is practice for the man you'll become. And it was almost perfectly said to what Richard Butler said about 30 seconds ago. And what I find absolutely amazing is I have not said this on any stream. So Richard hasn't heard this. Richard doesn't have social media, so he doesn't follow me. And we have said almost identical, I don't know if you can read that, but we have said almost identical things. And there's a correlation again between people who want or are achieving or are becoming successful and the mindset that they have. And it's something I'm super passionate about. And it's actually something I'm actually speaking at the end of this month in London. And I'm actually speaking about everything Richard has said today, everything I have said today, and everything Rich has said today. And the reason I'm speaking about that is because that is the correlation between those who are successful and those who are becoming successful. There is one key thing in common, and that is the correct mindset. Everything else comes. The progress comes, the hurdles come, the downfalls, the pullbacks, the struggles, the success, the money, the time, everything falls into place almost perfectly as and when, providing everything up here is aligned with everything that you are doing on the daily.
I think just to add on to that as well, one thing that I live by is what Yoda always said, and then, do or do not, there's no try. If you want to change in your life, change.
Yeah.
If you want to emulate something, emulate it. The moment you want something, you need action to go into it. I'm a very big words need to be aligned with actions guy. So if I'm going to say I'm going to do something and I don't do it, I'm not aligned. And that causes me anguish. I get annoyed with myself.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to say I'm going to do something right now, I'm going to do my damnedest to do that thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it obviously, life happens. Life is cycles. There's ups, there's downs. You're not always going to have an up. You're not always going to have a down. But understanding that you are the master of your decisions, you are the master of your life, and what you have control over, take control over it. And the things that you don't have control over, let it go. It's either in your internal locus of control or it's an external locus of control. And if it's an external one, stop worrying about it. I think there was a very nice graph that I saw that had do you have a problem? Yes. Do you have a problem? No. And then just it boils down to a few answers, and the answer was always the same. Do you have a problem? Yes. Can you do something about it? No. Don't worry. Do you have a problem? Yes. Can I do something about it? Yes. Don't worry. Do you have a problem? No. Don't worry. So it's always just don't worry about it. If you have a plan, it's good. If you don't have a plan, who cares?
Building on that as well is a fantastic example of actually what me and Rich have spoken about. I don't know if we've spoken about this on stream or if I'm going to drop a
It was
golden...
off stream.
It was on stream, was it? I was going to say...
it was off stream, and it was something that I still hold near and dear to me this day. Go for it.
And we were talking about how it's going to affect you. Is that what you're thinking? Yeah.
Stress and future.
Yeah. And it's how it's going to affect you. Like, you give respect to what is going to affect you, and you give more respect to that what's going to affect you more. And it's fantastic when it comes to plans, when it comes to losses, when it comes to wins, when it comes to anything that could potentially become a negative factor in your life, or even a positive factor. So when it comes, let's keep this simple when it comes to losses. If you lose one trade, how much is that going to affect you? Is it going to affect, and how long is it going to affect you for? And by understanding how long this is going to affect you for, actually helps you understand how much respect you can give that loss. So I've started understanding now that one loss, no matter how big it could be, and like I said, this actually affected me quite recently. I'm talking within the past 3 or 4 months, and I took a loss, and this loss was monstrous. I'm talking, figures that most people earn in a couple of months sort of loss. And I was like, oh my God, my brain started frying, my heart started going, heart palps, all things that, that fight or flight kicked in, started getting sweaty palms, started thinking okay, oh my God, what's just happened? Oh my God, what's just happened? Oh, what are we going to do? How can I, oh my God, have I got to try and earn this back? And then, you're seeing a correlation. Then you're seeing, oh my God, what's happening here? You're thinking about what's happened when you took a normal loss, when you got a live account, or when you got a just simple loss on your challenge account. That revenge trading kicks in, that fear of losing, that over trading kicks in, that chimp brain kicks in where it's like, I got to make all this back just because it was more than I'm used to losing. When I actually looked at it and I thought, oh, I've just scaled my account. That's only 1%. It's not actually that big of a deal. I could make this back and more later on or tomorrow. Like, how am I going to feel about this one particular loss next week? How am I going to feel about this one particular loss tomorrow? And if I care about it now, okay, cool. Take a bit of time out. If you care about it tomorrow, okay, maybe you should journal around it. If you're going to care about it next week, maybe it's something you need to actually start looking in on. Like, why is this affecting you for so long? What that hones down to is how big is the issue, and it can come down to everyday life. Like, maybe something's affected you on, let's say, for example, a breakup. Maybe you've gone through a breakup. Is that going to affect you for a week, a month, a couple of weeks, a couple of months, a year? How long is that going to affect you? And then by asking yourself that, because obviously we don't know for a fact how long it's going to affect us, but we got a good idea. Is this going to be a contributing factor to my trading next week? If so, you can start putting in the right place, start putting in the right practice to actually put risk aversion into place. You can start saying, right, okay, there's a good chance that this is going to affect me now psychologically for at least a week or two. This is going to really affect my judgment. Okay, cool. Maybe start time to move on to a demo account, or maybe just drawing up some charts for the next week or two until you start feeling a bit better. As a loss, okay, is this going to affect me tomorrow? Nah, probably not, because I may just take it. I'll take another trade and I would have forgotten it by then. Okay, cool. Why are you giving it more respect than it deserves now? By giving something more respect than it deserves, you're actually causing yourself more mental sort of what's the word I'm looking for? More mental effort than it actually deserves, and you're able to move past a problem a lot quicker. And that's something I actually realized speaking to Rich a couple of months ago when I was telling him about some of the issues that I was dealing with, and I thought, oh my god, I gave this loss so much more effort and so much more respect than it actually deserved. And what I found is I ended up over trading the next day and losing significantly more than I should have, just because I was holding on to an issue that shouldn't have been an issue. And then once I started realizing that and journaling around that, I started thinking, my equity curve has reached a newer high just because I've forgotten about a problem that I know isn't going to affect me tomorrow. And that's why I talk about when it's treating your trading like a career, not like a side hustle, or not like a piece of fun. When you start giving trading the respect it deserves, and you start realizing that you're in this for a career, not for a bit of fun, you start thinking to yourself, tomorrow's a new day. Next week's a new day. I've got an entire lifetime ahead of me when it comes to my trading career. You start understanding that one loss, one blown account, one stupid decision isn't going to affect you in 5-10 years' time. It is what it is. We all make stupid decisions. We're all human beings. We all make mistakes. We're not robots. We're not algorithms. Give yourself a little bit of slack. And these are all practices that I have been putting in. And these are all things that I've been actually journaling and noting about my self-improvement, that I'm thinking, wow, I have found so much more peace in my trading. And another thing which almost contradicts it, but it doesn't, is something Griff was talking about yesterday. And it's about the power of being in now and not worrying too much about what's going to happen tomorrow, but instead understanding what's happening today. You go through a loss today, you're understanding that, okay, I'm going to give this a little bit of respect today. I'm going to be present in the moment. I'm going to understand what's happening now. And brilliant, I've had a loss. Now that I've understood what's happened, I've given it the respect, then you can forecast tomorrow. Then you can understand, how is this going to affect me in 5-10 years' time? Are you going to look back about that random GBP USD long that you took due to a silly mistake because you thought there was an order block or you thought there was a new break of structure? on a random 2:30 New York Open in 10 years' time. No, you're not going to remember it. The only remembering that you're going to have of that trade is it should be in your journal. And if you're keeping your journals from 2 years ago, congratulations, you're one fantastic journal trader. But it may be taken up, so maybe print it out. It may take up some memory on your computer. But that's the only thing that you should remember about that trade. Other than that, you should not be giving it any more stress.
Let's quickly give that an actionable state. Okay, so think back to a trade you took 2 years ago that was a loss. Probably can't remember it. What about 18 months ago? Probably can't remember it. And so remember this, the next trade you take in 3 months' time, you won't even remember it. So when you feel all that pressure, all that stress, you're in the trade, it's going against me, it's heading towards my stop loss. Maybe I should move my stop loss. Maybe I should double down. Maybe I should just cut this trade. Well, maybe you should think about the future. You won't even remember this setup. The only way you'll remember it is if you've over leveraged and put yourself in a position that's going to cause massive emotional pain. Yep. Outside of that, it will just be one good controlled loss. And so what we want to do is de-weight the importance of these losses that we experience, that we take, and just say, I ain't even going to remember this. Man, I chew up losses like bags of crisps. I'm running a bigger race here and I need to consume calories. Part of me winning is taking good losses. If this is a good loss, I'm going to sleep well tonight. You know, I've got a trading account with the 5ers. I've taken over 1,100 losses on that account. I can't even remember 1,100 of them. There's probably 1,150 losses. I probably can only remember 3. They were the 3 that I was oversized, offside, and doing something dumb. The other 1,100, I don't lose any sleep over. And so if we can just look, and it's like, what behavior patterns does the future me have? Also recognize what you do today. You won't remember 3 months from now. You'll just trade your edge. If it doesn't work, cool. If it does work, cool. We shouldn't be so oversized that it's the one career breaking or making moment within a trade. Just chuck on the trade, 0.25% risk, 0.5% risk, whatever it is, and it either plays out or it doesn't, and you move on to the next one. And you say, I want to find another 100 trades that look exactly like this because this trade's in line with my plan. And if you can do that, you're already building the skill sets that your future self will thank you for, because you're de-weighting the importance of any one particular loss. And that's how you have a sustainable trading career. It's one thing to trade, it's another thing to trade well. Trading well means you're not flooding yourself with all sorts of emotions and baggage and trauma by attaching the win to the next single outcome. If you need to win on the next single outcome, you've already lost, because you've put yourself in a mental position where you are beating yourself up, feeling stressed, about to feel elated if it wins. Just trade your process. And same goes if you're in a deep drawdown, you're close to losing your funded account. I know this is true for a lot of traders. Send it off in style. Say, I will commit to really good technical analysis, and I'm only allowed to hit my maximum account drawdown when I take a really good trade. You might have 1% left on your account. Divide it into 5. Give yourself 5 opportunities and say, I'm only allowed to repurchase an account if I take 5 really good trades and I manage them perfectly. And I really like what was shared in chat. It was saying something and doing it builds up trust with yourself as well. How frustrating is it when you set out with an intention and you don't deliver on it? Richard, you were talking about it earlier. You love to align your actions with your words. When you say you're going to do something and you do it, it makes you feel good. When you say you're going to do something, you don't follow through. Often we feel a disconnect. We get that unrestless feeling inside, and then it creates all sorts of problems a bit later on.
Yeah,
So,
But
how
it's
can
got nothing to do with the result.
sorry?
Just saying you're going to do something and doing it's got nothing to do with the result.
Yeah.
The result is the result that you're going to receive. I think a lot of people are too results orientated and they're not process orientated. So if you say you're going to do something and you do it, you should be happy because you actually did what you said. The result is the result. Whether it was a good outcome or a negative outcome, doesn't matter. You actually did it. That's more the thought patterns that I have regarding that. Yeah.
It's better to do something 100 times and find out that through your consistent action it didn't work. Now you can course correct, rather than the person that inconsistently does something 100 times, then moans and says, Rich, help me, look at my equity curve, it's not moving. And I look at your lot size and it's 0.01 and then it's 5 lots. And I'm like, there's no consistency, there's no routine, there's no structure, there's no framework, there's no risk management. How can I help you when you can't bring a consistent state to the market? If you turned up to work, one day you're bouncing off the walls and the next day you're down and depressed, people around you are probably going to get a little bit fed up. Consistency within our trading is the thing that we can depend on and rely on. And you've got to first bring consistency to your actions before you can figure out what works and what doesn't. Because on a trade by trade basis, I hear traders go, I've got like a 90% win rate. And I was like, no way, that's super cool. Yeah. What's your sample size? 10 trades. Okay. We're working with a sample size that's too small.
You've got 10 trades.
Maybe at 100 trades, we can say the information is a bit more reliable. And so it's all about just doing the same thing and then looking and saying, is this serving me? If it's not, it's okay to choose a different path. And if it is serving you, then you can work out how to scale, how to compound that, build bigger accounts, scale your personal accounts, buy new prop firm accounts. But trying to do it when you don't have consistency in your actions, you're sadly, many traders will be wasting their time. I know because I did it for the first 3 years of my trading. It took me 3 years to become profitable, and I became consistent 6 months before I became profitable. That was how long it took for me to look at the information and say, this isn't working, let me pivot. This isn't working, let me pivot. Oh, there's something here. And then I scaled into that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
Not only that, how can anybody respect you if you don't respect yourself? How can any account get respected that you're trading if you do not respect yourself? Everything needs to start internally. And again, I relate this to relationships. I don't mean relationships as in partners. I mean relationships as in relationships with people around you. Myself and Rich have a relationship. Myself and Richard Butler have a relationship. Richard Butler and Rich have a relationship. Myself and you guys in chat. The relationships is the connection you have with people. How can anybody respect me if I don't respect myself? And by respecting myself, I project that respect. I project that I am a man who respects himself, values himself, and understands what he does is for the better of himself, and it's for the better of the practices that I put in. There is a reason
Sorry, I'm going to have to fly. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. I will catch up with you soon. I'm going to have to chip. See you soon. Cheers. Bye.
Nice one. See you later, Rich.
That was sudden.
Bye.
Bye. Going on.
What an awesome guy, man. I love it. Got so much respect for that guy. So how can you respect yourself how can you expect other people to respect you if you don't respect yourself? I am where I am because I know what I am. I know who I am and I know what I deserve. I refuse to let anything else enter my atmosphere if I don't respect it or if it doesn't respect me. I know what I deserve. I deserve X, Y, Z. And if someone or something comes into my life and it isn't X, Y, or Z, it's A, B, or C, I do not want it in my aura. I do not want it in my atmosphere, and I do not want it anywhere near me. And there is a reason why I attract, and it's the law of attractions. There is a reason why I attract that is because I project that. I give people the respect they deserve. I give people the respect that they ask for, and I give people the respect that I see that they can do. So Richard Butler, for example, I see what you do. I see the processes. I see how you talk. And I see not only how you talk, but how you follow through. And therefore, that respect is more than well and truly earned. And I expect the same back because I do the exact same. It resonates with me. And it goes the same with your trading account. How can you respect a 100K prop trading account live funded if you're not doing respectable work on it? If you're 1 minute you're 0.1 lot size, and then next minute you're 10 lot size, then you're 5 lot size, and then you're hopping from strategies to strategy, and then you're not understanding why it's working, then you understand, then it's losing, then it's winning, then you're getting euphoric, then you're getting depressed, you're getting a mix of emotions, and you're going on this roller coaster of emotion and this journey that doesn't align with anything you want or who you want to be. How can you then look at that account and respect it if the trading conditions that you're trading it with are not respectable? It's something that I genuinely, I challenge chat. I'm going to do a Rich here. I'm going to challenge chat. Feel free to put this in chat. Feel free to put this in the Discord. Or guys, if you want to just do it alone and go ghost and just completely do it yourself in a room, that's absolutely fine. But more importantly, as long as you do it, is look at your trading account look at who you want to be, look at who you are now, and ask yourself, if I'm demanding this respect from my trading account, I'm demanding these results, I'm demanding the respect from these results, am I giving this account the respect? And if not, why not? What are you doing on this account that is putting you in a potential state of either lack of respect or putting you in a potential state of emotional exposure? What are you doing in this account that's actually making you think, wow, now looking in on yourself, maybe you're over risking, maybe you're strategy hopping, maybe you're doing something on this account that doesn't align with the trader that you want to be. Therefore, you're holding yourself accountable. It's called realization. You're realizing that what you're doing could potentially be improved. So what I want you guys to do in chat later on today, throughout the day, throughout the week, or guys, even if it's on the weekend, it doesn't matter when you do it, as long as you do it. Hold yourself accountable. Ask what you want out of your trading account. And if the moment you say is, I want 10%, of course, but how? How do you want the 10%? What are you going to do to get this 10%? And if it's going to be a bunch of random strategies with random lot sizes and no structure, you've got to ask yourself, do I deserve the 10%? Because that is the respect it shows you. Your results are a replication and a reflection on the respect you give your account.
Yeah, just to add on to that, just very, very quickly. Be kinder to yourself as well. When you look at what it is that you are doing, you want the world to treat you with respect. Have respect for yourself, yes, but be kind to yourself as well. So if you make a mistake, realize you've made a mistake, acknowledge the mistake, and say, you know what, I made a mistake. There's something that I used to tell my brother was like, you want people around you to, or if you're going through something, let's rather say, if you're going through something that's quite bad and you have like this very negative viewpoint over yourself, imagine what your best friend that only has the most, that has the how can I say this? That only has your best interests at heart. How would that person talk to you? What's the words that your best friend would use to describe you and talk to you and say, hey, listen, Will, man, you're such a great guy. You do A, B, C, D, and E. You do it in such a way. And I really love that about you. And you're such a cool dude. Start talking to yourself like that and start like fortifying your good thoughts, your good habits at the same time. You want respect for your account? Start with respect for yourself, but do it in a manner. Don't have an ego about it. Don't blow yourself up without evidence, but also talk about yourself to yourself as if you are your own best friend.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
just going to add that.
Yeah, absolutely. Always talk to yourself in a kind manner. Your brain doesn't know when you're joking, so the best thing you can do is not joke. Tell yourself you're proud of yourself, even if no one else does, or even if everybody else does. Doesn't matter what everyone else says or thinks about you. It matters what you think about you. I'm currently going through a lot of hard work at the moment with some of the projects that I got going on. And some of the people around me have said, well, like, I don't know how you've done it. I didn't, we all looked at you like, oh my God, like, Will is in some cloud nine cuckoo land. Like, Will, you're deranged. You're living in Doolally land. I had a vision that I knew was going to come to life. I didn't know how I was going to do it because the work ahead of me, the road, it was like climbing a mountain. But all I knew that is I had to put one foot in front of the other, take my time, and slowly, bit by bit, achieve small, achievable goals. And by doing that, I've actually come closer in the past couple of months to some of my projects ending than I have in the past couple of years. And that is all due to the fact that I've broken down into small, achievable goals what I have done and what I need to do instead of the end goal. It's like, right, what have I got to do next? What's my next goal? Is it journaling? Is it psychology? Is it mindset? Is it overtrading? Is it my risk? Is it my strategy? What have I got to work on next? Not so much I've got to get 10%, not so much I've got to achieve success, not I've got to become a multimillionaire trader. It's what have I got to do next? You've understood you've got an end goal. You've understood you've got something that you want to achieve. Maybe it's a Lamborghini. Maybe it's a new house. Maybe it's financial freedom. Maybe it's a holiday. Maybe it's funded account. It doesn't matter. That's your end goal. Now, break down that end goal into small, digestible steps. If I looked at my my food in the evening and thought, "Whoa, that is a massive plate of, I don't know, lasagna."
Potatoes.
Yeah,
I hate potatoes.
yeah, that's a massive plate of spaghetti bolognese. You're not going to watch me pick it all up in one and just try and engulf it like a snake.
How do you eat an elephant?
Yeah, you know,
One bite at a time.
exactly. You are going to put your fork in, twirl it up, I suppose. You're not going to put a knife and chop up your spaghetti.
No.
You're going to put your fork in, twirl it up, and go, yummy. One bite at a time. You're going to enjoy the small, digestible chunks that you're taking from your journey, achieving it, digesting it, and moving on to the next one. By the end of the year, by the end of the month, by the end of the week, whatever your end goal is and whatever time frame that you've set yourself, you've looked at your plate and realized, oh no, that's empty. I've achieved my goal of eating the bolognese, the lasagna, whatever your food of choice is. And the food of choice is your end goal with trading. You know, your small chunks and biteable in like digestible steps are your risk, your psychology, your discipline, your journaling, your strategy. You know, it's all digestible steps that you can take and sort of learn and improve and endure before reaching your end goal. And before you know it, you're not chasing an end goal. You're just improving specific parts of it. And quicker than you will ever realize, your end goal will be upon you. It's something that I have personally gone through myself. Speaking of going through myself, I've actually looked at this XAU USD trade now. So I really cannot see anything in the markets right now. So I'm looking at GU. I was kind of hoping to see a push up from, I had three zones. I had this zone here, I had a correlated zone here, and then I had a fib retracement zone. It just absolutely sunk through it. So I thought, oh, okay, that's fine. And then I saw this block here, and then I knew for a fact you were looking at it. And then I saw you drawing it up, and I thought, I knew he was going to draw that up. So I thought, why is he drawing that up then? I couldn't see anything. Right now, you know, we're in a trading zone, a trading range. Then we got a break and close below this zone here. So now I'm thinking, could we pull back and enter? So potentially an area for this to sell off, but not sure yet. So we're waiting for that to mature. EU. EU again, high here. So we've got an equal high, if not potentially a lower high. If we're looking at this zone here, we've got a low here, if not a higher low. So we're actually encroaching on a, you know, almost like a flag pattern. Is it a flag and a I don't trade flag patterns. What did Richie call it? A compressing flag? Was that what he called it? I think he calls
them compressions, but I think it's
yeah, it's like a compression. So we're literally squeezing price in. So we're waiting for a breakout. So I'm not seeing anything at the moment on EU. GU potential sells forming. XAU, I missed the potential breakout of this area here. I mean, we've got two areas. We could actually have something along the lines of breakout trade, continuation. We did get the confirmation on this candle here that we've broken structure. So we are in an uptrend, and it is a decisive uptrend as well. You know, order flow is creating higher highs and higher lows. We equaled these lows, failing to break. I would have preferred a sweep, but nonetheless, we did get a failure to break. Now we're starting to push a little bit higher. We've consolidated. We got a breakout. That's the reason that we could have entered this here. If we can get a nice little zone here, I want to see a break and close above, pull back into some form of cool zone, and then a area to chase up here. I say chase. We've got our low hanging fruit up here, guys. So again, 1 to 2 are risk to reward. Gold has seemed to be paying me quite nicely at the moment, so little bit of confidence coming in on gold here. So we're going to see how this goes. We've swept this high. I want to see a break and close above. If we sweep and start pushing a little bit lower, that's going to make me a little bit... just seeing a comment. I'm a bit confused. I'll bring it up in a second. So if we get a break and close under where we've swept and we start moving down, a little bit of nerve will be kicking in there. I'll be thinking, okay, in fact, perfect example here. We've failed.
News.
Yeah, there is news coming out at 1:15.
So half an hour, and it's older, and then that's followed within 45 minutes with another. So that breakout,
got a lot of news. In fact,
that breakout that you're looking for, it's potentially going to happen just after or just before that news.
I'm assuming just before, which makes the trade invalid because it's going to be approaching news. So that is a no trade day for me, or not a no trade day, but a no trade moment for me. So there'll be no trade invalidation.
It's the same reason I didn't take this trade that I marked out. Generally, I don't trade an hour before news at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. However, if you're a high risk breakout trader, which
and it doesn't matter.
if you're a high risk breakout trader, which I am on GU and EU, but not on gold as of yet, it's something I'm testing, I would have taken this trade here. Now, however, had I have taken this trade here, we're already past the 50% mark. We're already past that 1 hour mark. So we'll see. I am going to keep an eye on this trade because it's something I'm testing. I haven't taken this trade on my account. We would like to see a pullback entry if we can close in the next 5 minutes. However, I probably won't take it due to the fact that news is coming up.
Yeah, my GU one that I marked up is now busy making a 15-minute base. And the fact that it's making a base just before news, or let's say by the time that it's complete, it's going to be within 15 minutes of news, is not an area I would like to be in a trade. That's why I said no clear direction, low B negative setup. So it's better in the morning. It's only in the morning when you're further away from news for it to for you to to see it through to fruition.
Yeah, awesome stuff, man. Yeah, nice. I like that you've marked that up. I can see what you mean with the. I've looked at it and I thought, I feel like it's not an A setup. I've seen you set up better trade analysis, so I'm assuming I was going with like a negative B.
Yeah, I can explain why I'm saying that this is a B. So the way that my strategy works is I need the confirmation of either the drop or the rally, because I trade drop-based drops or rally-based rallies. And the reason was that we have been in this range. I did mark up on the higher section. This was on Friday. We made a low. We pushed off of it. Yes, Tuesday with the news, we pushed through this zone. We came back yesterday. We encroached upon it. We came into it. Didn't really react off of it. We kind of had this mulling, slow movement out of it. Tokyo, sideways to me. London so far has been showing me nothing but consolidation. Yes, it's a bit of a range, but it's still just hopping between the high and the low of the range. And the fact that it made a lower high point here within this box is the reason that made me think, what if it decides it wants to go lower? Because you know me, higher highs, higher lows, that's a trend. I'm looking for my rally-based rallies. Do I get it? I enter. If I don't get it, I don't enter. But we are sideways. We are in a consolidation at the moment, and we have high impact news. That's exactly the reason why it's a low B setup. If it weren't with news, obviously it would be closer to an A, but not an A+. An A+ to me would be, we would have a, where's this? We would have the move higher and then push back into and then continue. And then I would have wanted to enter somewhere on the confirmation of the next rally. But this is so... It's not a trade that I would have taken on my account. And even if I did, it would have been much lower on the risk. If I wanted to risk 1% on this trade, I would reduce it down to a 0.2 or a 0.25 as an example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's awesome, man. It looks like you're potentially going to hit TP on that as well, which is super cool. I'll finish with my currency pairs analysis before we head off because we're running out of time.
Before you, well, sorry, there's a question in the chat by JRG. You can maybe just.
Which one's that now?
It's difficult for me to find a trader community in my area. He says, "Great mindset, Will." Jay from Hull.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you, man. Great mindset, William. Jay from Hull. Nice one, Jay. Appreciate it, man. You UK based as well. Hull, I'm guessing Hull UK, not Hull somewhere else. What would be your advice if you feel alone as a beginner trader, bro? Like, I feel you, man. Like, it was something that was so difficult for me. Try and find a community. Try and find a community. It's something that it's one of my projects I'm working on, is building a community for traders, and something that I'm super passionate about. You know, the 5ers community is a super cool community as well. So I mean, you've come to the right place. I can't stress how good the 5ers are as not only as a prop but as a community. Some of the guys are super cool, super easy to talk to, and you know, you can join live streams as well almost all day. So that's super cool. However, you know, some big communities are quite difficult to be a part of and feel like it's something, you're not part of a small tight knit one. So if you want to be part of a small tight knit one, then there are communities out there. Just be very careful with these communities. Most are behind a paywall. You can get free ones out there. Just make sure that if you are joining a community, they've got good intentions. And what I mean by good intentions is they talk like me, Richard Butler, and Rich Wells, and obviously, of course, all the other hosts that I've been on today. But for example, us in this session, we talk about mindset, we talk about psychology, we talk about bettering yourself. Most communities will talk about signals, getting rich and partying a lot, and sometimes that's not always the best community to join. Try and find one that has good vibes only. So it's something that I'm in the process of creating, as a very tight-knit community, as well as the 5ers. So I think you're in a perfect place now. That's what I would be doing if I was you. If you're alone as a beginner trader, join a community. Even if they're community full of expert traders, most expert traders and proper, genuine professional traders, I'm talking about, real full-time traders, not the traders that want to sell you signals, they will welcome you with open arms. Myself, Jay from Hull, you're welcome. I welcome you to the 5ers with open arms. Very much like Richard Butler, very much like Rich Wells, and every single other host here will welcome you with open arms and give you the time that you deserve. Other communities out there with maybe signals, or other communities that are behind paywalls, sometimes they won't welcome you. You'll just be a statistic to them, or you'll just be a number. Make sure that you're able to be welcomed with open arms by the trader, and usually the founder. That's usually a good indication on whether you're in a good community or not. Usually the founder will welcome you. But again, it depends how big the community is.
Find like-minded people.
Yeah, 100%. It's difficult for me to find a trader community in my area. 100%, man. I'm the same. So I live in Pembrokeshire, which is a small seaside sort of not town, but a small seaside county. And best believe there are traders around me. They're not traders. And I speak like that due to the fact that I know some of them, and I'm not going to name them, and I'm not going to throw shade. But if they were real traders, we would be in a community together. So that's why I'm creating a community. Most of the communities you're going to find, man, they're going to be online unless you live in a city.
Yeah.
Hull, I suppose, is a city. So I suppose it's going to be easier for you to find. But as a beginner trader, man, it's going to feel very lonely. Yeah, you will find a community out there. Online, you're now part of a community. Welcome, to the 5ers community. So you are now part of a community. So if you choose to join us, however, an in-person community will be so much more difficult to find, especially in the beginning. You will find one, and you will find like-minded people. Like I said, it's what you project is what you attract. So project yourself as as a like-minded person, project yourself as a profitable trader. Even though you may not be now, become who you need to be a profitable trader, and you'll start to attract those people around you who want to either become or already profitable traders, because you're going to oust and reject and repel those people that are going to bring negative vibes into your atmosphere, and you don't want that as a trader.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Like repaying a loan bit by bit, referencing the journey and becoming a better trader. Likewise, looking at your plate of lasagna. Yeah, 100%. You're not going to take a $100,000 or £100,000 loan out and then go pay it next month all at once, and £100,000 loan. That's not the point in a loan. You're going to pay it bit by bit. Same with your trading journey. It's not a loan, but it is like paying a loan. You're going to bite off bit by bit. You're going to repay it bit by bit. Everything is back in like installments, small, biteable, chewable, digestible chunks. Gold breaking out says, absolutely, man. Gold is looking nice. Had a little bit of a pullback. A little bit concerned that we haven't had the break and close above here. So a little bit concerned about that, and we've got 50 minutes to news now. So even if I was live in this trade, I'd probably be taking it out now, due to the fact that we've got 15 minutes high impact news. And we have got high impact news right up until 3 p.m. We've got 1:15 ADP non-farm employment change, 1:30 p.m. So 15 minutes after that, we've got unemployment claims, both red impact or high impact news. And then at 3 p.m., we've got ISM service PMI. So I'm going to be way out of the market until at least 4 p.m. And at that point, I'm not going to be trading. So that's me done for the day when it comes to my trading, guys. I apologize for calling you a clown yesterday. I'm assuming you're talking to me, and if so, dude, do not sweat it. We all say stuff we don't mean, and I forgive you, man. It's all gravy, baby. Don't stress over it. Thank you for apologizing. If you're talking to Richard Butler, then it's up to him to forgive you. But I do forgive you for calling me a clown.
Okay.
Water under the bridge, mate. You're not. I'm still gonna sleep at night, so it's all good, man. Hopefully now you've looked at us and realized we're not clowns, but if you want me to dress up as a clown one day, I'm more than happy to do so, but don't expect magic. The only magic I do is hitting TPs. Richard, you sound like you're from South Africa.
Marvin Chetty, I am, yes. I am South African based, yeah.
Yeah, that's good, man. Everyone thinks my dad's from South Africa, and I really, really don't understand why. Super strange.
Does he sound like me? Does he?
No, not really. He does. He is quite tanned, and he
tanned. Yeah, we get a lot of sun down here.
That's about it. Like he's very dark. My dad is very dark. Dark hair, dark skin. That's about it. I really don't understand how other people think he's South African. Someone stopped him in Tesco a couple of weeks ago and said, "No, he's another South African guy." He's like, "Oh, hey mate, how's it going?" I was like, "Oh yeah, good. Yeah, how's things? How long have you been here for?" 30 years. Like, a long time since I was born.
Here, bro.
Yeah, literally. He's like, no. Like, oh, where you from? Oh, just up the road. No, where you originally from? Like, we're in South Africa. My dad was like, huh? What?
What the hell, man?
Mate, literally that. Yes, Henry, you got it, man. Mate, I am more like it if I was a clown. Hey, Will, gold closed above. What do you think? Gold hasn't closed above. Let's have a look. Not even on the 15 gold has closed above. Let's have a look at the 1 minute.
It's closed above on the 5.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. What data set are you getting, man? I'm not.
Hold on a second.
I'm using a one.
Oh no, you're right. You are 100% right. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong chart.
On the 1 minute, gold has closed above. I like using vantage markets, but I'm guessing I'm using a Wanda for right now, so. Yeah, no, there's no close above. I think we will get a close above, but we're getting too close to.
It's making higher lows as well on the 5, so it's not wicking as low as it did about an hour ago. So yeah, there is definitely some potentials for going long here. For me, if I were to go long, I would want it to at least come and test 3,558. So, but yeah, if it doesn't, then wait until tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, literally that. They all play down here. I'm Kesha Rawat from India. Nice to meet you, bro. Good to see you in. There's a couple of you guys from India, I've noticed. I've met a couple of some really awesome people through my live stream and from India. So that's super cool, man. Welcome. I'm from Singapore. Awesome. That's sick. I've not actually met many people from Singapore way. Not even on the live stream, which is super cool. That's super cool, man. I'm actually learning. I know you speak Mandarin in Singapore, but I'm actually learning Cantonese at the moment. Super difficult, mate. Really, really difficult. Good morning, gentlemen. I have a question. I'm a funded futures trader. I make payouts. Only been trading 2 years plus now. 2 years plus now. When I trade currency, I can't seem to make any money at all. Okay, that's I mean, that's awesome, but I suppose I get what you're saying, man. You know, if there's a bit of a diversion between futures and CFD accounts when on the currencies. My brother's the exact same as you, mate. You know, when he trades currencies, he seems to lose money, but he is a futures trader. But I hate to say, man, there's no question there. So, I mean, I'm all ears if you want. You know, that's a statement. But if you want to ask me a question, I'd be more than happy to answer it. Jonatan, yo, what's good, man?
I wonder how long it's going to take for him to realize.
That's 1-0 to Will.
Yeah, it's 1-0.
Well, if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't have realized.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, good, man.
Shabby, Nige?
What?
Not too shabby. It is a South African term to say that you're not bad. You're good. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I get it.
New York here. We got a New York trader. Awesome stuff, man.
Right on time.
Nice. All right. Any interesting market moves today?
Not much. I'm waiting for gold to take highs and highs and highs, but we seem to be failing to break and close above this current high at the moment. So coming too close to the news now, so I probably won't bother. But that's the only setup I've seen this session is XAU USD. Everything else is just range bound. Although, having said that, actually, I'm gonna bring NASDAQ up. So US 30 first, we've had a really nice sweep, and then I wanted to see a break and close below here. We got that, so we could potentially look at entries now, but again, too close to the news. NASDAQ was super cool, although, guys, check this out. I missed this, but I wanted to draw it up anyway. So we had this high here, and then we had this low. We're range bound. Identifying that range bound because we've not had a further break or close. Now we are in a slight consolidation, which is fine, and then we broke and closed below, pulled back. This would have been really nice for me to enter because we broke out of a range and broke out of this consolidation, identifying that we could potentially start moving lower. Now I would have entered here, stops at the high, going for a 2R trade. And look how close we got. Guys, we got so close to TP, or would have gotten so close to TP. And it was a 2.0. In fact, should we see if we can get it right to a bang on 2R? And I don't think we would have hit. Okay, bang on 2R, we would have hit a TP. And this is what I spoke about a couple of days ago, is the specificity of your TPs. If you're chasing a 2R, making sure that you're going to try and chase a 2R, not a 2.08, not a 2.134. Having a bang on 2R would have taken me at a TP. If I had anything more than a bang on 2R, so a 2.08, I'd now hit a break even. But other than that, I've seen nothing in the markets. It's all been range bound.
No, it's pretty slow. It's pretty slow. I'm gonna see if I can find some trade on gold. I think we got some momentum on gold, so might take a long on that going into the new week session if everything is moving as it has been for the last couple of days. We should have some solid volume coming in during the US session, and potentially seeing that moved it up. So we should have that coming in about an hour, I think. So gonna try to position myself for long for that.
Yeah, news is coming out in 6 minutes for non-farm employment change.
Right.
So everybody be careful.
Yeah, actually, I didn't think about that. We should, yeah, good shout out. Definitely should bring that tab up. Where do I have that one?
Unless it's part of your trading plan to plan red folder news or to trade red folder news, in which case don't listen to what I'm telling you.
I mean, I do know a few people who do trade red folder news.
I mean, wasn't it Griff that mentioned that he doesn't even factor it into his backtesting because it doesn't matter to him?
Yeah, same here. It makes no difference to me in backtesting. I've actually seen that ignoring news is less profitable than actually is trading through news and everything. Because a lot of times news, if price is at support and there's a news event, most of the time support is going to be acting as support anyway, and the news event will be a catalyst for price to move away from that support. But it depends on your, if you're on the 1 minute, if you're scalping, obviously having the tight stops around news can be problematic because price moves in both direction a lot of times. Well, it doesn't move in both directions, but you know what I mean.
Yes, it's cyclical. Moves up and it moves down.
All right.
Awesome stuff.
Well,
Right,
gentlemen, thank you for your time, and thank you for this wonderful session. And I will. We have the bracket all set up for the competition, and I got the times in there. So I'm gonna share with you all in the comment section the link where you can see the bracket for the competition starting next week. So on Monday it's gonna be me and Dirk, and then on Tuesday it's gonna be Will versus Griff. That's you, Will. And then we're gonna do Wednesday LJ versus Ellis, and on Thursday Rich versus Victor. And if you win, Will, against Griff, it's gonna be you up against LJ or Ellis.
Oh, let's go.
Jonatan, you do know that if you happen to make it past all of that and LJ makes it past all of that, you're going to meet him in the semis.
No, I'm going to meet him in the finals.
Nope.
That's
You'll meet him in the semis. You're both in the upper quadrant of the bracket.
Okay, well, okay. Gotta change some.
Well, either way, I'm probably going to meet either one of them in the finals. So
we'll see. Yeah, we'll see
Confidence,
about that.
I love
it's definitely going to be it's going to be interesting. That's right. I'm going to meet him in the semi.
It's too late now. You can't change it. It's already published. Everybody knows.
I can do whatever I want.
Awesome stuff. Right, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. And again, thank you so much for joining, guys, and enjoying the session. Hopefully you enjoy the session with us three, two Richards and Will. So, guys, thank you so much. And I shall see you all Monday. Guys, take care. I shall see you all. See you later, guys.
All right, guys, I'm also going to hop off. Once again, thank you for having me. Have a good day. Trade safe. Be careful that you guys don't over risk.
Thank you for joining me. Probably see you next week.
Yes, from next week onwards.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Right, guys. Man, I am so excited about this tournament. Yes, you can watch the tournament. We got comments saying asking, can we watch the tournament? Yes, absolutely. What you can do is you can go in and check out this link. And if you do go in and check out that link, you will see that it takes you to a website for the trading tournament. And you're going to see that it has a little... let me show you what I'm talking about here. So here it's going to show you the tournament here, right? And you can press this little thing right here, and it's gonna see what date and time the event is coming up. At this moment, I do not have a function for voting on certain traders. I want to build out a system here where, yeah, I mean, yes, Henry, you can place bets. I take bribes or bets. You can call it whatever you want, but can definitely figure something out. As you can see right here on Monday, it's going to be the first match, and that's going to be against, it's going to be me against Dirk on next Monday. It's going to do that on the first session of the Monday. And then what we're going to do on Tuesday, we got Will and Griff, like I said, and then Wednesday, LJ versus Ellis. And the winners go on to round number 2. And then after round number 2, you guessed it right, it's the semifinals. And you know what comes after the semifinals? Yep. The finals. And after the finals, you're going to win something. What? I don't know. A trophy. You know? It's going to be pretty cool. So, these are the 16 people. Now, for the next... I would love to be able to invite 32 people, so we have one extra round. And why not make it bigger? Why not have group play, and why not have qualifiers and everything? It's going to be really, really exciting. Really exciting. It's going to be really cool to follow along that one. I'm going to be hosting it, you know. So I'm gonna, like, if I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to cry if I lose the first match, because I'm also going to be hosting it. So I'm going to be hosting and trading at the same time. Right, okay, so we got gold right here. We got gold right here, and I do believe that what we are seeing right now is a continuation of the bigger trend right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a long position on gold. I got MetaTrader here to the right of me, and I'll keep TradingView open, because otherwise I'll just have to switch back and forth all the time. So I'm just going to show you what the setup is. Now, I will enter 2 positions for this one on the breakout and one... Oh, wait, we got the news. We got the news. What is the news? Do we have the news? Did it come out 15 past whatever? Or do we... Where do I have the... Where do I have... Okay, so I'm gonna... I wish I could show you guys the setup. I'm getting a secondary camera, so you can actually I can see my setup. But what I have here is I got the screen in front of me, the first screen, my main screen. That's the TradingView chart that you're seeing on stream. And then to the right of me, I have MetaTrader 5. To the left of me, I got Financial Juice, which is the web side. And then up here, I got the fourth screen. The fourth screen is a bigger widescreen divided up into 2, where I got some camera controls and streaming controls. And then this one right here, this thing right here, it's actually also a screen. It's a teleprompter. So on that screen, I can have things like, you know, news events or things like that. So from reading the news, it actually looks like I'm looking at you guys. Super cool. So that's what I got right now. So I'm going to open to the on my left monitor here and go in. And usually what I have open is Financial Juice to the left here. And I also have a Bloomberg tab open. And I switch between Bloomberg and Financial Juice to kind of get an idea of what's going on in the market. Let me see. We got some comments coming out from Russia about OPEC plus nations. That is giving us a move on oil. Is that happening now? No, I got the wrong tab. That was earlier today. Sorry about that. That was earlier today. We got US ADP employment change actual 54, forecast 67.5. Okay, so it's lower than expected, is it? Let's see what we get on EUR/USD on that movement. Let's see if we have anything interesting happening. So EUR/USD has a big move to the upside on the 1 minute. That is it news driven? Is this driven by the news? The news came out at 15. Well, this is actually right now. So that spike right here that we see on the 1 minute is definitely news driven. The question is then, is this a major... It's not a major move. I mean, it's still within the range. Looking at 1 minute, still within the range. Nothing out of the ordinary right here. We got the U.S. initial jobless claims coming out in about 11 minutes. So that's going to be interesting to see what type of movement we're going to get on that one. I want to enter a position on gold before that happens. I want to enter a small breakout trade on gold before we get that move. Right. So 2 orders. One limit order down here, one current order at that breakout area. My average entry hopefully is right here, stop loss below that level, and I'm going to be trading my stop up on this one. I believe that might be the break into new all-time highs on gold if that happens. Right, so you're watching TradingView right here, and I am watching TradingView right here, and I'm going to be copying the orders in for okay, so we're at the average entry right now, so I'm just going to be entering full position size, so 1% risk on the account for this long right here. Right, so we're in with a long position on gold right here, with a fairly tight stop loss here based on the 15 minutes. So this is the trade that we're in right now. I'm going to be just lowering that stop loss just slightly on MetaTrader. And we got the news coming out. This could be a quick stop out, but I do believe that the path of least resistance for gold is to the upside. I think the news event will come out, and it's going to be a catalyst for the price of gold to move higher, is what I think. But we never know. You never know. But technically, it looks like the market is setting up for a move higher. So let's see what we get. Okay, so we're currently long on the dollar, risking. I'm not gonna say what I'm risking because I looked at it and I'm like, ugh, that's a little bit too much. Wish me luck, guys. Wish me luck. I can say this: I am. Price moves a couple of pips and not even a pip, and it's like fluctuating several hundreds of dollars here. It's a lot of red. It's a lot of red on the screen. Soon green. Screen soon green. Now red. And I'm not colorblind. Oh, it's green. Okay, let's go. I'm not trading my P&L here. I'm just strictly trading my emotions. Right, okay. That's gold right here. Seeing the gold rush coming in. Let's go. Guys, if you like, then like. Hit the like. Hit the like if you like. If not, well, subscribe, I guess. You can do both as well. Look at the volume. Nice little volume coming in right here. Looking at 1 hour right here. We need to see that volume coming in by the close of this 1 hour candle. Is it close? Is it close? USD deployment K. USD ADP in employment. Yes, we already saw that. That was 54K strength for the US dollar on that one. We got weakness on the S&P 500. Switching over quickly to the dollar currency index, and we should see a move to the upside here on the lower time frames, which is quickly reversed. Not really. Okay, what about the S&P 500? Nothing out of the ordinary. So I think everything's about the US initial jobless claims right here. Let's look at the volume profile here. We got At 4 we had that spike. We got 4 yesterday, that spike, but US market was closed yesterday, so we can't really look at that. That is around 4, 3, 4, that, and then at 4. So definitely a decline in volume. Do we want to see a higher volume than that? Yeah, actually, I want to see a massive. Like, we need to see volume probably. Yeah, the volume spike at the close. Not this candle, on the close of the next candle after this one needs to be like above this region. If I don't see that, it's better just to exit the position right away. Okay, looking at the OBV, you guys saw this. This is a signal, right? We got the OBV coming down below the 21 EMA, and then the OBV reclaiming the 21 EMA once again. That again was the buy signal. And if we take a closer look at the 1 hour OBV, and I think the trend on the 1 hour OBV is the most important trend right here. Putting a little trend line on OBV right here, we can see that price is almost about to break above that one. It is peaking above, but it has not closed that 1 hour candle yet. So that's what we want to see. We want to see a break above that level on the OBV. It tells us that there's a lot of strength from the buyers here. We want to see that volume being shown in price as well. Let's see if we can find anything that invalidates this idea right here. Let's see if we can find any RSI or MACD divergence. Also, we want to look at the MACD histogram. Now this is interesting, right? Because what we see right here, and this is something that is quite overlooked, but a really good way of looking for divergences on the momentum indicators. Look at this, for example. Okay, so this is a high and a higher high uptrend, right? And if you look at the RSI, it's pretty much equal. This high is actually slightly higher than that one, and same thing with the MACD. But now let's see what happens if we isolate the MACD histogram. You can either do that by going into settings here and just removing the MACD line and the signal line, or you can have an indicator like this one, which just only shows the MACD histogram. Now this is interesting, right? And this is something that I love doing when looking for bearish divergences. You have an uptrend in price and lower highs on the MACD. And this happens actually quite often, that before a top like this one, you'll have a negative divergence or bearish divergence on the MACD histogram. Now, this divergence was not viewed on the original MACD or the RSI, but it was very obvious on the MACD histogram. So that's just a tip for you guys. If you want to see if you can implement something new in your trading, check out the MACD. If we just sorry, got a message and completely lost my train of thought here. The Sage says gold seems to be more on the bearish side. I think that the bearish move has already played out. I think you know this was the bearish move, and that is a dip, and the dip has now been bought in an uptrend. So I don't think gold is very bearish here. I don't see a lot of signs of gold being very bearish, but it might break down here. Gold is reacting from a bearish 4-hour fair value gap. What is that? Okay. Can we just put this on? I need it in. Okay. I need to Google. I need a picture of a fair value gap. And then I need to understand why it matters. Okay. Right, I have a picture here. And then for all you ICT traders out there, you have to help me confirm if this is the case or not. Is this a fair value gap? Is a yes or no, is this a fair value gap? The sage says yes, and okay. So basically what a fair value gap is, okay, let's see if I can, wait a minute. Right, okay, so fair value gap is then the area between the first wick and the second wick, which is this right here. So that is a fair value gap then. And this is also a fair value gap. And then this would be a fair value gap. What's up, Victor?
Hello.
Hello,
Hi. Sometimes the door opens before the bell. How's everyone? How are you doing, Jonatan? How are you guys watching right now? Let us know in the chat. Let me know in the chat what you're thinking, what you're doing, or maybe what you're not doing.
Well, right now I'm trying to understand. So I've just learned something new, right? I learned what a fair value gap is. Now, a fair value gap is a ICT concept.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I hear you.
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand the importance of it from like a technical point of view.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so I think this. Is there anything else that needs to happen for a fair value gap to be? Because this is also a fair value gap.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think this is also a fair value gap. So I wonder what needs to happen, if there's anything else that needs to happen to kind of validate. Because all I see is so if a fair value gap is always, is it always going to be a breakout?
Not necessarily.
Like
To me, go ahead.
I feel like it's just an area between two wicks.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, but it's more than that. Well, I'm not an ICT expert by no means. I haven't studied ICT more than watching, here and there a couple of times. I don't think I even watched any video from the beginning till the end, just to give you an idea that I haven't really spent any time checking that. However, through just trading, I know what a fair value gap is, and these are my thoughts on it. That it's an expression of price action. That's the basics of it. Same thing as an order block is, same thing as an outside bar is. They're expressions of price action, right? Something is happening that causes these patterns or these candlestick combination to be formed and printed. And understanding what's behind the move, same way as understanding what's behind an outside bar, what's the market psychology, or what is the price action, what's happening actually during each candle that creates an outside bar, and that can give you, not always, but can give you a clue as to what the market is thinking, wanting, where are their stops likely, who's in control. All of these are the same, but that's to me, fair value gap is the same thing. Not exactly the same thing, but it's similar to an order block. An order block is that it's, whatever I just said about fair value gap, you can apply it as a template to order blocks as well. It's an expression of what's actually happening within each candle. When you combine them two, that gives you an idea who is in control and where would the market participants, sellers and buyers,
can I just
have. Go ahead.
Just ask you guys a question, because we're talking about an imbalance, imbalance in price, right? So I'm looking at gold here on an imbalance. Imbalance in price means that basically one side is more dominant than the other. Like
Yes.
in a move to the upside, in an uptrend, in high momentum moves to the upside, it means
Yes.
that the buyers are taking control and there's an imbalance between supply and demand, buyers and sellers, right? So on this daily, they wouldn't this be like this area be a zone
Yes.
of imbalance?
In another time frame, in a higher time frame. If you go 1-2 steps higher, you will see
Yeah.
that there is a fair value gap there, and in that time frame, that then becomes that is an imbalance. In this case, it isn't. You see that?
But it is like on the daily. I feel like
Because of that
yeah,
wick,
I
because of
understand.
that wick.
Understand the concept.
Mhm.
One thing I'm like struggling to understand a bit is I wonder if I think the only way to actually kind of makes sense though. It kind of does make sense.
What you have to think about is, at least that's my point of view, right? The order blocks, what are they actually? They're, in my case, because I'm considering engulfing as an outside bars order blocks, they are an expression of what's happening in there, as I said, right? Who to control there. And that gives you, even if you use it in isolation, and that same goes for fair value gap, if you use it in isolation, you're not going to measure a big difference, a big edge. But
So-
if it is within the context of a bigger narrative, then it can give you valuable information, the same as order blocks. If you just go at an order block randomly, it's not going to have a huge edge, if any. But if you put it in the whole narrative, and it tells you what the market is trying to do, and it's confirming the break or the reversal, then it has a lot more value. So it depends on, it's part of it's a piece in a puzzle, but it's just one piece.
So this is the issue I'm having. It's like, okay, fair value gaps are complicated concepts. There's no one fair value gap, and it's like different types, and it takes time to understand. But it should be fairly straightforward, right? If there's an imbalance, that means that there's an imbalance in price, and imbalances in price tends to be retested. So in a sense, it kind of gets balanced out, if you will, or price kind of trades back to that level and creates an equilibrium in the same
Exactly.
sense that in the same sense that price breaks above a level and then comes back and retests that level. But the issue I'm having with the fair value gaps is that there seems to be a whole science behind all the different types of fair value gaps, and it seems like no one really can give me a good explanation of what it is. They say, okay, go study ICT and you'll understand. But then, like, okay, I understand that, but it might be complicated. But a bullish engulfing candle, for example, is very easy to understand. A pin bar candle is very easy to understand. I mean, if you look at candles, you can think about, okay, if there's a bullish engulfing candle, buyers are more dominant than the sellers. They're kind of taking over the sellers, if you will. And a pin bar means that, during the session, price is low, but during the session it gets bought up, and you see signs of buyers taking over and winning over sellers. But there must be a very simple explanation. If there's no simple explanation, then I think it might be a flawed concept. But I think it's very simple. I think it's basically the exact same thing as a break and retest. It's just a way to identify a break and retest.
I agree with you.
Right. So can we agree in chat, the people that are studying ICT, would you disagree or agree with me when I say that a fair value gap is the same thing as saying break and retest? Because if we can say that, then I'll have another comment on this.
And you can add another one. The order block, actually, you can add two more to it. The order block is the same thing. The order block is just another expression of break and retest.
Yes. Although order blocks have a very, very clear structure, and it's a clear concept, because it is the area at where one side overpowered the other. So
which is no different than a fair value gap. It's an area where there was imbalance, where one side there was so much imbalance that it didn't come back to create that smaller difference in the 2 wicks on each side of the middle bar, right? And that area tells us something about price action at that moment. The same thing as an order block does, and the same thing as a break and retest does. There is a break, and the market tries to balance it out by coming back before it continues.
Yeah, exactly. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that there are some very clearly defined concepts in technical analysis that describes these movements. And people come in and say, like, okay, it's a fair value gap, and then say things like, it's a very complicated structure, you have to go through all the courses to really understand what it is. But I'm like, well, isn't it just a throwback and a pullback to a level where there has been a breakout or a break to the downside? And I think that is a concept that is kind of universal, right?
Exactly. Yes.
And then
there's some differences though, but I do understand what you're going to, where it's basically the same thing, just on another jacket, basically, right? We're talking about talking about order blocks or break and retest, fair value gap, they're all describing the same thing that's happening: imbalances coming back and retesting to balance each other out, and then continuation. But there are, however, a couple of things that, for example, in order blocks, there are a couple of differences with fair value gap, and the same thing goes for break and retest. One is the break and retest is there is actually a breakout from something to the left, right? Not unlike the current or the previous candle, like there is in terms of the fair value gap, unless when you come back to that area. Um, so there are some nuances in, of course, they're basically saying they are very, very similar in the way that they are just ways to read the market as it's trying to be investment is moving away from.
I think your sound is bad.
I lost the audio, so I'm gonna take
Yeah, it works now.
about 15 seconds to get back.
I think it works.
Let's see.
Yeah, all good. I think so.
ADP came out in half an hour, I think, or was it 15 minutes? I think half an hour ago.
Yeah, US
the
jobless claims as well. Victor, I'm going to take a quick break. I will put your
problem.
screen on, and I'll be back
Yes,
in just a
do.
bit.
Perfect. Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. How's let's check here. This is the release of the ADP number. As you guys know, I do not look into what the actual number is. I do not. It sounds a little weird, but it's irrelevant to me what the actual number is. What I just need to know is when it happens and what the reaction of the market is. Right? How is it changing price action? Is it a big difference? Are there big wigs? Or is it just coming and continuing business as usual as before the news? That's what the important news, at least for me as a technical trader. And the actual number and the interpretation of the number, my expectation about the number, and my forward guiding numbers, and all of that is, I don't touch it. And if we look at EU, we had a fresh order block on H4 that has been testing, was being tested all day basically. But we had a little indication already beforehand that order block, this H4 with its companion overlap area on the H2, that it was the chances of it handling or holding was diminishing, or was much more lower than normally, because you have an outside bar right in front after it taps into the order block. What should it be doing, right? If you have not a fair value gap, an order block that is fresh, right? That's pretty strong. That's a strong candlestick combination. And in this case, it's an outside bar as well. And price gets back and touches that area. Normally, more often than not, what you will then see is at some point, not right away, although sometimes it does do it right away, at some point you will see some kind of a buyer's pressure coming in. And instead of that happening, what we saw was an bearish outside bar while touching that bullish structure. To me, that tells me that the bullish structure is it's not strong. That's a sign of weakness for this candle. Market should not be reacting to the order block like that, right? Buyers should be getting in, getting grips on price, and they're not getting that. So that, to me, already tells me that this area is weak and likely to not hold. And we can see it here as well. Eventually, it did not hold. Even though it hasn't closed, there's still 11 minutes for the close. It did not hold, right? So I it has to close to actually invalidate it, but you can clearly see that it's going to another structure, and I would have to consider and decide and assess this structure whether it is valid for me to be traded or not. And in my case, I don't trade that. That to me is already, getting it's too many candles, but it depends on your cutoff threshold, of course. So I'm going to take away this because I'm no longer interested in taking the trade from there. I was interested in taking this trade, and you could still take it given this area, but it is quite wide, right? We're talking about 08 till 33. That's 25 pips. It's still valid to be traded, but what I want to see is actually a quasi being formed there on a lower time frame, maybe on the 15 or the 5 minutes, for me to get interested. But right now, it's we don't have that yet. On the H1, there is a reason. Actually, there is a reason. This is also a entry on the quasi. So technically, depending on whether you accept the H4 or not as a valid green light to trade, you could start looking for, I wouldn't, but you could. It doesn't mean you cannot. Start looking for an entry here for the reversal to happen. And of course, we're talking about the reversal. And if you go back, we can actually mark it with a quasi to see if there is something of interest here for our viewers. Let me check the chat, see how you guys are doing. Marina, Kavika, how you guys? Stick with gold, says percent gain. Okay, someone wants to talk about gold. Okay, all right. I will receive your comments. Okay. So we have that's the retracement line, and on the 15-minute, there is one area. I'll have to blow this, zoom this a little bit up so that I'm sure that I'm seeing what I'm supposed to be seeing, which is 1, 2, and 3. All right, so we have 3 areas here. I wouldn't. It's not valid for me. But that's just me. That may be just me because I'm very selective with my entries. But these are the areas on the 5-minute that I would be otherwise, if it was indeed completely valid to be taken, then these are the areas that I would be watching, either for a little scalp or an actual entry, depending on how price action behaves, right? So right now, it's clear that the sellers are in control because the market has broken, or at least is squeezing that bullish structure on the H4, and the order block failed at it, right? It failed at holding that structure, meaning the sellers clearly made a point and scored a point basically, and it's clear to everyone, right? They rejected and they broke, and now they are basically fighting who's going to be the winner on the next level, right? That's what price does all the time, right? Goes from one level to the other, and then there's that tug of war between buyers and sellers to see if it continues or it reverses back to perhaps the previous, the stage where it left. All right, so percent gain. I'm not sure you're referring to me. Were we talking about gold? Were you guys talking about gold before? I have no idea. But if you were, then we can talk about gold again. There's no problem. And we're here to help. That's important. But whenever I come percent gain, I tap into something that I think can bring value to you, anyone. And, regardless of what has been or was being discussed before, since I'm not, constantly, the whole stream aware of what's being discussed, right? Logically. So it's it's pretty given that I'm gonna come in with my own ideas, unless you guys in the chat, give me some ideas, some suggestions, if you want me to continue a previous discussion or not. But it's all fine, man. Just let me know if you want me to discuss anything. You gotta think that whenever I come, I will automatically look for something that I know, that I have observed, perhaps, that I think could help you. And that's the idea. That's the mindset that I come in with. All right. The Sage asking here, do you think it is okay to take longs on gold right now? I have no idea. I'll be very honest to you. Let's take a look at gold. I haven't taken that trade on gold today, and yesterday was uber bullish. And typically, to me, that's not the moment to take a longs. If it's already very bullish, I should already be in it or let it go, right? I want to be taking the trades when it's from a demand area, and typically, if it's very bullish, it's it's breaking out. It's likely already left these areas that I trade from. All right, so on the monthly time frame, we can clearly see. Let's break down the gold for everyone, not only for percent gain, but also especially for you percent gain. Sage is asking if it is an idea to buy gold here. All right, let's see if we can answer that. Maybe we can give you a definitive answer if it is or not a good area to trade gold from here. Right, so the monthly time frame tells me that it is still very, very bullish on this time frame, because we created a bearish order block, which was preceded by a couple of wicks, right? Rejection wicks, you could even say, because all of them were eventually, by the end of these candles, were rejected these prices, but still buyers kept on pushing and eventually breaking that. Not completely, it's still squeezing. There's still 26 days to the end of the month, but it is squeezing very hard this order block, meaning the order block has very little effect on it. So meaning you should not take it into an account or as a setup to trade, right? At least it's not a great idea. So if we go, that's the only thing we can say here. There is a bullish order block on the market or on the chart. That's this one on the monthly, but it's not relevant right now because the market is way far away from it. I would want the price to come back at some point, and when it gets there, I would look for reversal patterns to see if it's going to reverse from that area. But that's not something that's currently relevant. Let's go to the weekly. This is a very beautiful trend line that the market kept respecting until it all the time and breaking out, and eventually breaking out, and that's clearly in this candle. So this week all of that happened, but I don't have anything. The last structure that we had was this order block, which was broken 2 weeks ago on the weekly time frame, and there's nothing in my, at least the way that I read market, there's nothing in there that there's nothing in there that tells me that sellers might be coming in. Nothing in this swing high, nothing in these swing high. There was nothing in here as well. So basically nothing stopping price, and it does not surprise me that price eventually continued right after the breaking that weekly structure. There was nothing holding price for keep on going higher, and that's exactly what it did. On the monthly time frame, there's one thing I want to check. What is the ATR? The ATR currently is at 192, and what is the range? Range is 141. Right, so there's still for the rest of the month, there's still about $50 possible that price can go higher. So I wouldn't say it extended on the monthly time frame. On the weekly, we have it's currently at 112, and what are we doing on the weekly on the range? We're doing 141 as well, right? So the whole thing of the month, basically, because it's the first week of the month, is in this week, and it is extended on a weekly basis, right? Extension doesn't give you a timing yet. right? It can continue, even if it is extended now, it can still keep on extending for, you know, any number of candles going forward before reverting to some mean, right? So you have to be careful with thinking just because it's extended, we have to, or we can short this. That's not how it works. You have to read the momentum. You have to, because it's not going to reverse unless, well, typically it will not reverse unless before it shows you loss of momentum, right? It's very logical, right? Before you turn around, you typically slow down before you turn around, right? In a vehicle or any moving object. The same thing as with price. Typically, you will see price slowing down, and that's the loss of momentum. And that you can see in EMAs, for example, or you can see in the oscillators, you can see in RSI, in a divergence, or you can see it in the creation and of bearish structures, right? On increasingly higher time frames. Starting from, let's say this is the weekly, you will see them coming from the 4-hourly upwards, these bearish structures being created, and these things can give you an idea if the market is slowing down or not, right? Before you think of taking a reversal trade or a mean reversion trade. So the weekly is extended, all right, so we do know that, but there's still nothing to trade, at least not in my opinion. And if you look at the daily, we have from the move from the weekly, this bullish structure from the move from the weekly order block. I mean, I projected, right, very simply, very rudimentary, nothing too fancy, that this area is highly likely. The next move could easily, with a high degree of certainty, reach this area in the next couple of weeks, right? So it's on the weekly time frame, and within 10 bars or so, that area should be easily reached. If you want to test that, you can. Every time you have an order block that is being successfully retested, check how often it reaches 2 times the ATR, right? From the moment it was created, 2 times the ATR plus on top of the highest high of these 2 bars, with the 2 bars that created the order block. If you think it's too confusing, let me give you what I mean, right? So it's very, very simple, nothing too fancy. But before I do so, let me mark this as a visible object for everyone on the weekly. Don't forget, we are streaming here for you, trying to make this as well entertaining as well, to be fair, but as educational, as helpful as possible. If you think we are reaching these goals with you, then please do hit the like button and let us know that is the case for you as well, meaning that you are getting value out of these moments. I know many people do, because we see the numbers, we see people are interested, but the more likes we get, the more we get the idea what you guys are wanting in the stream, right? So this is the order block. I'm sorry, the projection, which is highly likely of price to reach. Was it yes, it was the weekly. Okay, so the weekly, let me double check if that's the case. Yes. Okay, so we have here the order block being created here on the 12th of May. Okay, 12th of May. Let's see. So 12th of May, we got the order block, right? And engulfing, one of the ways an order block is defined by me, the bullish engulfing. So the formula is very, very easy. Look at the ATR below. The lower section of the chart, you'll see the indicator, in this case the ATR, average true range. And if you hover over the last candle that created the order block in question, you'll read on the left lower corner 134.74, right? So that's the average true range at that moment, $134, right? This is gold. So if you multiply that by 2, which is 268, right? 69 actually, and you add that to the highest high of these two candles, right? Add that 269, you will get 69 would be around here, there, right? The target is a bit higher. Probably this is has to do with something else, or maybe I moved it. I'm not sure, but it has to be the level based, the projection based on the size of the ATR when these order blocks were created gives you an idea of how far you can target with a high degree of probability. And it may take a long time, right? It may take 10, 15 bars to get there. But the only it doesn't give you a time frame how fast it's going to get there. But as long as it will get here before that, this is how you collect the data. It gets here before it closes below, right? So if it closes below, you stop. That's a failure. And as long as it doesn't close below, you will see that it has a huge probability, a high degree of probability of reaching that 2 times ATR from the highest high from these two that created the order block, right? Very simple, nothing too complex. And it's just check it for yourself and you'll see, very easy. If you're you don't know how far to target something, that is a starting, it's not the greatest, but it's a nice, easy way to project the price going forward. All right, so we have that target, which is, to me, is what the market is trying to do. I know that the market is, because of that little stat that it just gave you, I know that it's likely that the market is going to reach this, at least this high, and perhaps even more, because of that order block. The probabilities are quite high. So that's one thing we know. Okay, so if you go to the daily, so what do we see? Right, so we have a bullish quasi here, but that quasi was already completed when we broke out. So that doesn't really help us in right now into knowing what exactly price is likely to be doing. And to be fair, there isn't anything else. It's just one-sided price action, right? From many days ago, from the 26th of August, basically, or actually before that, where some retracement, creating order blocks, retesting, mitigating them before continuing. But from the 26th, there hasn't been anything else. So this is very bullish. I see no signs yet of, at least on the daily, of a retracement. Let's look at the H4. Yes, I use the Sage. I use the engulfing to create, not to create, but to recognize. That's one of the definitions that I have for the quasis. So let me get something here. All right. So yes, the engulfing is one of them, and the other one is the outside bar. So I define my order blocks just by these two candlesticks. Why? Because they're very, very easy. They are objective, and there's no discussion, right? If it's an impulsive move or not, how impulsive, how fast. I have none of these issues when I define the order block as the way that I do, right? So on the daily time frame, there isn't really anything convincing that the market is reversing yet, right? No order blocks being created, bearish or any other kind of structures. On the H4, market failed to create anything significant here at the H4 on the top, meaning it didn't necessarily, there's no sign that it hit something significant, because otherwise you will see bearish structures being created, and they haven't been. And there really isn't anything to work with. There isn't a bullish structure either, right? If we're going to be looking for a long, I wanna be buying from a place of support, right? Place of demand, and I don't see that in here yet. Okay, so to me, there isn't a reason currently at the H4 to buy, but depending on your time frame, the time horizon you're trading, you might be interested, perhaps in a scalp, in a little move, and H4 might not be This is no longer an area for me, and obviously that bearish structure isn't either. So what do I see here? Yes, the market did take out. Actually, this isn't a swing low for me, right? For those wondering what a swing low is, we talked about that on the workshop yesterday. That's not a swing low for me. So I consider the last structural low to be that, right? So as long as that hasn't been taken out, to me, everything it does up here is just, it doesn't mean anything negatively for the trend, right? Just maybe a little pause, maybe acceleration or not, but it's not breaking any structure. So it means business as usual. We should be expecting price to just continue so forth, at least with the information we have, meaning bullish. And I don't have any structures here that I could trade. So even if I go lower time frames, we can definitely find some structures there. And do we have a quasi here? We do have a quasi. Yes, we do. There is a quasi on this time frame, and the quasi is like so, right? So that's the established uptrend, break of that neckline, and in this time frame, there is reasons to looking for perhaps some reaction from these areas on a bearish. But remember, the H4 hasn't given us any indication. The the daily hasn't given us anything. So basically, whatever happens, you should trade them as day trades. A couple of hours, a session, maybe an overnight, but that's it. You shouldn't hold this much longer than that, because the rest of the higher time frames haven't indicated yet, right? They haven't given us permission to think anything else, anything more than just a little pause. Basically, it's not much. It's a quasi on the H4, that H2. That's what we have. These structures need to be updated. These are from I think yesterday, when we that one is still valid. So go long from here. I can take scalps from these areas, right? These H2 order blocks when they get retested, yes. But only coming back to your question, I don't remember who it was. I think it was the Sage. Coming back to your question, is this a good place for a long? Yes, but not a great place in my opinion, at least not on the hourlies. Maybe on the lower time frames it could be. Remember, tomorrow we have NFP. So on that note already, you don't want to have, you need to consider very hard if you want to hold that for much longer. But yes, based on the H2, I can start building a case for a long from this area. We're a bit late though, because it already reacted to it. I can't see anything, but that's H2, and perhaps let's go to another time frame, maybe something like that. I can see that. You can see the order flow creating bullish structures as it is going higher. On the daily, let's look at the ATR 43, and what is the daily doing so far? All right, so it's 52, meaning it's already traveled and created expanded a bigger than usual, bigger than expected, bigger than average range, meaning the likelihood of it pushing outside of the current day range isn't as great. So basically it can just stay in this whole range, meaning from this high till this one the rest of the day. Okay, now that gives us still a big area to be trading, so it's still okay to go long, even though we think it might not break out of that range. But let's see what we can. Yes, I can certainly I would have been able to look for a trade from there, and from the H2 from the can look for quasis, and there isn't any here. Nothing there actually. There isn't any quasi here. So if anything, I would have taken it from the current area, right? The H2 order block, but not on the 5. So I don't like taking let's say a 1 minute quasi or a 2 minute quasi, when there isn't a lot of hourlies. Here we only have an H2. That's something, but I prefer to have multiple things telling me, not just one. And so I think it's okay. It would have been okay to take a long from this area, from here, right? That's the area to be taking along. And you see every time, well, not every time, but a lot of time, price comes back. It has that reaction, That's exactly what you're trying to catch. Very simple, nothing too fancy. And if I were to have taken that trade, I would be interested in taking this area on the 1 minute. Let's see if there is an area. Maybe there is only on the 2 minute. That's 1, 2, just 2. Okay, so I would be interested in taking the trade from here. That's 1. Bingo. First one is the one that got it. Beautiful. That would be the first one. And the other one, the other area that I would have been interested in, was this one. Yes. But that one is actually, this wouldn't be something right away, because I wanted to touch the order block first, right? So in order for it to touch this, it likely will invalidate that area. So actually, there was only one structure of interest to me. This is in hindsight, I know, but that would be the area that I would be interested in getting along, where you have an H2, a higher time frame, reason for price to react there, and you have in a lower time frame, you actually have a specific area where buyers, if they're going to reverse, are likely to wanting to buy back, and that's that area. And not a surprise that you see this beautiful reaction from it. Actually, we can see when this was, because that was 7 minutes ago, and check when Sage wanted us to look for the entry. Let's take a look. The question was asked by, here it is. This is 22 minutes ago. All right, so the Sage actually asked this at, what is it? The 6:54, exactly here where I hover with my very, very good one. Awesome, I like that. This is exactly how I trade, right? So a beautiful reaction. I personally wouldn't trade, as I said, that particular one, because I'm more selective. I want to have more confluence, more alignment, things like that. But the idea is the same. You look for higher time frame structures coming back, first retest, look for the lower time frame, another reversal pattern, entry order block, wait for price to come there and react, confirming by price action. Beautiful. Awesome. All right, let's check what else you guys want us to look at. Don't forget to like the stream, and join us as a subscriber, and supporting our channel as we grow into even bigger audience, and reaching more people. And we promise, in return for your like and your subscription and your support, we promise to always be working to improve this stream. That's our promise to you, and we keep our promises. All right, so let's see in the chat to see what you guys were saying. Let's see. Well, yes, the order blocks, very, very simple. For everyone who does not know how I do it, it's personal. It's just the way I do it, and not saying the other order blocks aren't true or correct. Nothing about that. It's only, this is something that works for me. It's simple, it's straightforward, it's objective. I can do backtesting very, very easily on it, even with automation. So all of these things are very important to me. So the order blocks are 2 candlestick combination, right? It's a 2 candle candlestick combination, a candlestick combination of two candles. And first one is, let's see if I can find one. Maybe I need to another time frame. We had one on euro dollar today. Maybe I should switch back to euro dollar. All right, so let's do that on the 4 hour. Was it? I think it was on the 4 hour. Maybe it was on the daily. Okay, all right, so this is the candle. Actually, you have multiple of these. This is an outside bar to me. All right, so you have candle number 1 and candle number 2. Very simple. The range of candle number 1 is exceeded by candle number 2, right? It takes out the low, takes out the high, and closes outside of that range, okay? That's one. Let me make this a little bit better. That's one criteria. So it has to take out both sides of the range and close also outside, right? That is what it makes it to be an outside bar, right? It closes and moves outside of the range, outside bar. And it doesn't matter if it's the same direction, so it's a bullish, and it has to be, it has to be the opposing, like an engulfing. No, it doesn't have to. It can be of the same candle direction, right? So it can be bullish, can be bullish, bearish. It doesn't really matter, as long as it closes outside the range, and after having taken both sides. That is the order block, and the order block is then defined by taking the open of bar number 1, right there, until the lowest low, which always is in bar number 2, because it exceeded the previous range, so automatically the low will be the lowest low, and that is the order block. That is the area that, in this case, the buyers have taken over, right, from the sellers. That's the area where they won the battle, basically. And why is that important? Every time it comes back to that area, like so, right, like right now, every time it comes back to that area, you will tend to see, not always, but you will tend to see well, okay, so it's not every time, but a lot of times it comes back to that area, you will tend to see a reaction. Is it a small reaction as it continues lower? Could be, right? Or is it actually a huge reaction on a continuation? Whether it's going to be one or the other depends on the context of the whole market structure, other time frames, bigger things, right? What is the trend? What is the order flow on the higher time frame? That will decide whether or not it's going to be a continuation or just a little pop, okay? But that there is going to be a reaction is highly likely. And that's it. That's the order block. So that's one thing. So that's the outside bar. And this is the more powerful order block. The other one is just the engulfing, right? Engulfing is very simply, the definition that I use is the following. This is a nice engulfing that is not an outside bar, where you have two candle. It's also it's a candlestick of two candles, right? So you have candlestick combinations, a candlestick combination of two candles, where you have an opposing color, right? Always have to be an opposing, where the body of candle number 2 is bigger than the candle number 1. This is number 1, and that is number 2, right? And the body needs to be, and it has to be opposing, and the body needs to be bigger. How do you define bigger? Simple. The close on that, in the case of a bullish bar, bullish engulfing, needs to be above the open of bar number 1. We're talking about, I'm defining the engulfing by the bodies, right? Very consciously, right? So I'm not looking at the wicks. You could look at the wicks, but I'm not looking at the wicks, right? So in this definition, I'm only looking at the bodies. So now you have those two definitions that I use for the order blocks, and that's it. So I break down every chart into order blocks, and obviously there's more to it. It's not just that simple, but basically those are the building blocks of the whole chart. I mean, can add a couple of other things as well, like quasis and freshness and reaction flipped structures. But basically, those are the two simple fundamental building blocks or definition of the order blocks that I use, which everything is built on upon it. And it may look very simple. You may think, it's too simple to be effective. Believe me, it is effective. It is effective. But
we have a question here. Asking for the trade on gold, because before you came on, we took a trade on gold. Just want to share with you guys that trade. So
before you continue with Jonatan, we had a member who was very, very invested in you talking about gold. He was actually, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, emotionally invested. He did
really?
not
Why?
like, I don't know, because whenever I start talking about something else, euro dollar, it wasn't what he expected. So I'm glad you're talking about gold as well, about the trade, because now we cover all the bases.
I like how he's like, there's no buy, no signal for the last 5 hours. Yeah. Maybe because it's not a signal service, but okay.
Maybe.
So we have a breakout here on gold, and I think I don't see a reason why we're not going to break into new all-time highs. In my opinion, I do, however, going to put my. Actually, I'm not getting close to this trade. I'm $400 profit right now. Get about 2,000 USD if it hits that high right here. But I think I want to hold this. Actually, you know what? No, we got NFP tomorrow. This is nothing to hold, so I want to probably. That's a good level. Let's just put it there. So I'll be trailing that stop up. It's gonna be a nice little trade.
I like the dark theme. Don't you love it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Looks good. Looks.
I love it. I've been waiting for ages. I think the last time, I've been waiting for this since Obama was president.
Yeah, it's insane that we've had to wait this long to get a dark mode on MetaTrader. It's insane.
All right,
Oh,
so
yeah, things are
this
looking
is
good.
your trade. You have a position there.
I want to show you guys something else. The EA. I'm going to show you the EA account. Now that is.
Are you sure? Are you allowed to share this, Jonatan? This is top secret. This is
Yeah.
You're gonna get in trouble with the what is it? NSA?
I don't know. They got so many departments. NSA, CIA. I don't know. Like, okay, I can name 2. FBI, 3. Okay. Yeah. No. So something very interesting happened. So I've ran like correlation tests on these two. Yeah, that's right. We got CIA and NFP as well. So, okay, so I running correlation tests on two EAs that is running on Euro JPY.
Mm-hmm.
But the lower white level, that's a buy, and that's a sell. So I'm basically hedged now on Euro JPY.
That's the best correlation, the best combination of trade strategies. If both of them are profitable and they're taking trades in opposite direction, basically you can cancel out their drawdowns partially. It's not going to be perfect, but the more they do it, the better it is.
Yeah, right. I'm thinking about that. I'm trying to understand the logic behind it, but I don't get it. But it kind of makes sense, because if they're both profitable, then eventually, if they're not correlated, they will at times take trades that are completely opposite to each other, which I believe is a good sign.
Well, I maybe, but if they're both, if they're both, if they're both correlated, sorry, if they're negatively correlated, because if they're correlated means that they're taking the same trades at the same time. So what we want is a negative correlation, meaning that when one equity curve, one strategy is going higher, the other one is not going with it, either going the opposite direction, that's negative, or is roughly going the same, which is no correlation, or just staying. And that's what we want. So you want them to have a low or negative correlation. Actually, negative you can actually also exploit.
Yeah.
But in any case, you don't want a high correlation. And if that is the case, then they have a chance, depending on how long their holding time are compared to each other, then you can have them canceling out drawdowns. So, but what did you measure? Did you measure what was the correlation on these? Was it high? Was it low?
I can't remember exactly the numbers for these specific, but I know that the correlation of any strategy in the portfolio is below 0.2.
To the rest, you mean?
Yeah, there's no.
Okay, so that's very good. That's very good. 0.2 means a very weak correlation. 1 is very high. That's not what we want.
But I don't think it's accurate.
Why not?
Because I have 4 EAs running on Euro JPY, and I see that sometimes they're taking very similar trades. So the way that I measured the correlation is by daily profit and loss and hourly profit and loss. They both showed similarly, which means that I don't think doing it that way, I'm not sure it's comparing equity curve to equity curve. I think it's only comparing the profit and loss for like on a daily basis.
I understand that. Well, what you can do is you can write an EA to measure the drawdowns and to plot them, right? Plot them in the equity curve, and then you do it with single, one EA only or a basket, and then do it again after adding a specific one. And if it is indeed 0.2, it shouldn't change very much, because the correlation isn't high, or even it could even diminish. But if it is true that they are correlated as you suspect, then you will see that the drawdowns in the equity curves will multiply each other, or they will magnify each other. Not multiply; they will be bigger in any case. So you can actually do a couple of small tests, automated tests, without doing it by hand, where you can get a feeling if this is wrong. The conclusion you're getting is the number you're getting is completely off, or possibly right.
Should I do you know if I can see the look at that, it has a comment there. Nice. So I can hover over. This is pretty cool, because this is not the platform where the trades are actually taken. I'm just logged into a MetaTrader platform here, and then it's a computer in the living room that is actually taking all the trades. But when I hover over here, I see the comment. That's pretty cool. I like that.
There's also the possibility of I don't know if you really want that, because it may give out proprietary information. But if you, in the columns like profit, price, TP, and so on, you can open up columns for comments.
Yeah, I know,
And
but what you guys don't see is when I hover over buy and sell,
oh,
it gives
we
me
don't see it.
it gives you can't see it, but yeah, so hover over, which is pretty cool because then I can keep that information private. So when I hover over, I see that, for example, this one is called EUR/JPY 1 hour trend following, and then number, and then it also gives me the expert ID, and the expert ID obviously is the magic number. And I've set up a specific system for the magic number using ChatGPT, of course, and it has it has one specific number for the pair, one specific number for the strategy, one specific number for the time frame, and then random numbers. So only by looking at the magic number, I should know pair, time frame, strategy. It's pretty cool, but I'm gonna run back tests and only correlation test the correlation between these two, because I do fear that this might not be working. These two,
But this is how many times did this happen? Because if this is
only
just
once,
one,
only once.
no, but that's not enough. That's
I
not
know.
enough to. We have to you have to do that. Let's say on a time sequence, and check how many times there is overlap and how many times it's opposing. Actually, opposing is good. I like opposing. If both of them are profitable and they take very often opposing trades, that means that you're going to be hedged a lot of the time. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't want to be hedged. I want to make money.
No, but you're making money while being hedged, because they're independent from each other. They happen to be hedging, but that was never the idea. That's not the intention.
Yeah.
So it means that your equity curve, well, in this case, one is 0.1 and the other one is 0.2, so you're not perfectly hedged either. You're partially hedged. But it doesn't matter. If you're 50% hedged, that means that for 50% of the volatility, you will not be feeling in your equity curve, which is a good thing, right? The less volatility with the same return means better risk-adjusted returns. And that's what we want.
What? That's the wrong one. How do I remove? Wait, where is my actual trading? We got so many MetaTrader up here. It's crazy. All right, that one. Right. So this is the actual trade that I have open on gold.
Now I see it's 0.8 lot on gold. That's a very decent size.
It's on a 100K account, so I guess it's a big trade, but also this is definitely one of those high conviction trades, because there was just a lot of signals for me to go long on gold here, and too many times have I been left on the sideline when gold is running, and almost every single time where one of the biggest opportunities that I've missed in my trading career has been on gold and Bitcoin, only because I'm thinking, okay, it's gonna come a little bit lower, just a little bit lower, and then I'll enter, right? And it never happens. It never happens. Like gold is not, because like if gold, I'm gonna switch over to trading view, because I got it makes more sense, the analysis on trading view.
By the way, Jonatan, what are you doing this weekend? I was thinking of coming by to your house and pay you a visit, have a beer or two, and maybe a burger.
This weekend we have there's a market in town. So every year we have a market, and it's kind of like it's a big event of the year. The kids love it. It's the one of the biggest markets in country, actually.
I'm not sure. Is that a yes or a no?
Yeah, of course. Come over, man. Of course. Come over. The burgers on me, as you can see. I got a 2K profit coming in here on gold. Might be able
Awesome.
to pay for your tickets as well. So looking at, you can look at. There were some signs of a move to the downside. Like for example, we talked about the MACD histogram bearish divergence, where we had lower highs and higher highs on price, but that has already played out. You know, it has already played out. That move to the downside, that I believe that was the move, and then everything's just so bullish about gold right here. And if we go to the volume analysis, I would like to see that spike coming in here. It's so this might be a little bit troublesome because you can see that, but there's no breakout, right? So last time we had on around 15 or 1600. You can see these volume spikes happens at the same time every day, and that's the US market, right? And so we got a breakout, big volume breakout, another big volume spike, and another big volume spike and a breakout, and then this breakout happens, a slightly lower volume. But then you look at this right here, we're gonna get a volume spike, most likely, hopefully within the next 20 minutes. If that doesn't happen, I'm a little bit worried, but this is not a breakout. So you have to also look at look at it in the context of what has happened in price last time we had those breakouts. There are definitely some signs of like weakening here, but looking at the OBV, I mean, the OBV looks like it's almost about to break out well before price is breaking out here. So I feel like we might have a good move here during the later part of the day here. Volume is picking up, and it looks strong. I like what I'm seeing. You look confused.
No, I'm not. I'm not just looking focused. I'm looking at a pound, and looking at a possible trade on pound.
Right.
Trying to find the yeah, I like it. I do like it, and actually, it has enough reason for me to take it.
My stop loss is on gold, so I gotta answer this guy. I'm seeing your comments. I just forgot to answer. My stop loss is 3535,944. So almost 35. That's pretty much the same. But yes, I know that, and I remember this from when I first started trading as well. I kind of went into a live stream and I saw somebody place a trade, and I mean, I really remember that time when it's like I had this idea that, okay, what if because this guy, he seems successful, so what if I just do the same thing as he does? And then when you have that, you kind of have that conviction in that person, and because you have that conviction, you're kind of putting your
confidence.
Yeah, kind of putting your confidence, but also putting the what is it called, putting the responsibility. You're kind of like taking the responsibility for your own trading and putting that responsibility onto that person, which then makes it easier for you to maybe put on a little bit more risk, because you're saying, this is not my idea, it's an idea for someone who seems more successful than me, so I'm going to follow that person, use the same stop loss, the same entry, and the same TP, and now I can actually increase my risk because it's not me trading, it's someone that is more successful than me that is trading. And that is such a flawed way of thinking. And a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money doing that until they realize it's a bad idea. I've done it myself. I know a lot of people are coming into the live stream doing the exact same thing. And you're probably going to continue doing so, even if I'm telling you it's the bad thing
Not
to do. But eventually you'll understand, because you'll be sitting there and like, oh man, I've lost so much money. I shouldn't have done that. Unfortunately, there's always going to be a time when that happens. So do not follow me, okay? Do not follow me. It's what I'm
Bottom
trying to
line is, do not follow him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I think for sometimes I think people need to make these mistakes themselves in order to really grasp the truth behind it. And us telling it, even though it feels safe for us, because we give you the information, the proper information to make your decision. In the end, people still a lot of traders will still take the trade based on somebody else's setup or signal, and it's at least to me, it there needs to be a time where you, not that necessarily you hit rock bottom, but you totally, not exactly crash as well, but you totally get the point that that's not the way to go. That's not the way a successful trader, consistent, moves forward. It's a quick fix, and it's actually can do more harm than good.
I think there's some points where you can where we can follow other traders. So for example, I know a couple of traders that I'm in contact with, and I know the way that they're trading, and I know which of them are trading like I'm trading. And if I see that one of them is posting a setup on, let's say, GU, and saying like, okay, this is a good, I think this is an interesting break and retest on GU, then I'm gonna look at that and say, yeah, I like that. I'm gonna take that trade, because I know that the person trades very similar to me and has already done the type of research that I usually do. Then me and you, Victor, we trade very, very differently. So if you would tell me like, oh, I'm going long on EU here, most likely I know that that's not going to be a trade for me, because I don't trade like
We're
that.
looking for different things in the market.
Yeah, so actually there comes a point where you kind of build your network, and you build a list of people that you follow, and they you know which ones are trading like you, and you can then use something that I like to call traders conference, right? Where you have a list of people that trade very well, just like you, and they post an idea, and you can kind of like use it almost like a market scanner, of a sort. So there are, but you have to be very sure on who you are as a trader for that to work.
Yes, well, actually, you have to be very sure who you are as a trader for everything.
Yeah.
It's fundamental. Have you talked about our plans for next week already, Jonatan?
I have, yeah, I do. I have.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cool.
I'm excited as we speak here. I'm thinking about it. And I'm. It's like when you're very hungry and you're thinking about that, food that you want to consume, and your mouth watering just thinking about it. That's how I think about next week's activity. Not gonna say a lot.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, but I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna link the competition in the chat, so you guys can go in and check it out for yourself. Got it in the comment section. So the first match is gonna be me against Dirk on Monday morning, and then on Tuesday we got Will and Griff, and Wednesday LJ and Ellis, and then we got you and Rich on Thursday. in 1 week. So that's going to be really cool. That's going to be the first round of matches, and then the week after we're going to do with the second round of matches, and then it's time for the third week where we're going to do. So I think it's going to be four weeks long competition.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 week. Okay. So it's a championship basically. It's a championship of the coming 4 weeks, elimination rounds until the finals. Who takes the glory?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be really fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So all right, that's great. That's great to know. Let me check on Pound. Pound is looking nice for a continuation move.
I'm going to switch over to your screen there.
Yes, just for those who are we're considering this, we obviously I do see the structure. We had a massive drop. Drop doesn't even begin to describe it, but we have a massive move here, break from the sky on pound, and that was on some news regarding the 30-year yield reaching all-time, or maybe 27-year old record. But I understand that. So we had, and that was a 2.5 ATR day, right? So the range was 2.5 the ATR on that day, meaning very, very extended, which is logical because of that news. Very important, right? The yield being very indicative of the, investors' confidence in that currency. And we had seen the H4 order block being a very nice, even though it's not part of a quasi, a very nice area for price to react from, right? See here, nothing above, nothing below, exactly there because of the order block, not coincidence. Price comes back, reacts from it, and then takes it out as in a sweep of the low before it goes the other way, right? In the the direction of opposite to the first impulsive move, given the yield that I just talked about. So we are still in that movement, and we had a little pause, a couple of bars here, and we had a bearish outside bar. Normally, you would consider that to be something very bearish, but you have to take the context of the hour. What was the hour? It was 23. In my case, that's rollover time, right? It means that the ranges automatically get compressed. You get false positive on outside bars if you're looking into a compression, and then out of the compression, like the beginning of a next session, automatically you'll have expanding ranges. So automatically you will have, not automatically, but you'll have a greater chance of finding outside bars that are not really telling you anything. They're not expressing the imbalance of one side of the market against the other. They're actually expressing the volatility of one session into the other session, meaning that's not useful information. So we all know that the volatility or the volume drops before the end of a session and then picks up with another one starting. So that makes this candlestick combination, this outside bar, not very significant. However, we do have a fresh order block on the H4, which is within the daily order block right here. And now this order block hasn't been the most effective and the most respected one. Look at these wicks that went all the way down, meaning that this order block, simply put, has been ineffective in containing price, meaning it's likely to at some point continue lower, right? Likely, we don't know. But while it's doing so, it never invalidated. Price was never allowed by the buyers to close below that area, meaning it's still, even though it's been very, very weakened, it's still present, still valid, meaning this demand zone very weakened, and I think it's going to break eventually very soon. But for now, maybe for today, maybe for the next day, it can still act as what it should be, a demand zone, and push price a little bit higher. That's the daily. And the H4, which is within that daily, as you can see, we have a H4 order block, which is right here, right there. Price is creating that order block, which is also with an outside bar, comes back, retested, and obviously when you have this kind of a move, you can expect at least a pop, if not a continuation, right? At least a pop, and maybe going lower later, or a continuation, but at least something that indicates that buyers are to be found in here, because that's what we expect with outside bars. And if you go to the H2, you find a nicer place where that is the case. Let me mark that as such, the H2. Go to the H1. There is an even wider one, which is not great, so you want to keep it to that H2. And let me mark that with a little bit nicer line demarcation. Go to the H1, and you do it again with the lower border, right? So that's the fishing area. That's the area of interest. And then we can, once we have identified that area of interest, we can then go and look for quasis or on the execution time frame, which is, for example, on the 5 minute and so on. And what we're looking for is exactly this. You have a established downtrend on this time frame. That actually was what created that order block. As you can see, order block and quasis are basically the same thing, just in a different time frame. Not all the time. Very often they are, right? Right here on the H4, you see an order block. On the lower time frame, you see a quasi. Same thing. It's an expression of a reversal in the market, right? So market touches first, has that reaction, touches the second time, and is moving. Right now, it's looking like it's going to retest something again before continuing. So we'll have to see, but eventually you can target that high and even perhaps a little bit higher. Who knows? So that's the idea. And the trick, or not the trick, the trade in here is in the area or after the market has reached that entry order block on the 5 minute. Let me mark it as such. You can expect price to be going in that direction, and whether or not it's going to reach the target, or maybe the last order block in that sequence, or a continuation, that's something you have to figure out looking at the context and everything else. And obviously you want to have your stop at the place where the setup is invalidated. This is the area, right? So you want to have it below that area. How much below, that's for you to find out, but that's the idea. If it goes below here, then I don't want to have anything to do with it. Then that means that the order block is failing. May not have failed at that moment yet, but it is failing. That's not supposed to happen. We're expecting this move to happen, and you're trying to get in on a as low as possible area for that continuation to that higher level. Very, very simple. I hope it's not confusing everyone watching us right now.
All right, I'm actually working on creating the trophy that's going to be handed out to the winner.
Are you? Awesome.
Yeah.
When do we get to see the trophy?
Well, you get to see it whenever I get it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, is it a physical trophy?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. So I gotta start making some space behind me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Not lacking of confidence, right?
Well, at least I'm gonna get it, and I can kind of feel it, and then maybe I'll have to send it away.
All right, we have 3 minutes to go. Actually, 2 minutes for the end of this stream. Don't forget, guys, to hit the like button. Very, very important. I know we mention this very often, but it is because it is important. That is the way you can add fuel to our tank, so we can drive further, faster. And by driving, I mean helping you, giving you the content that we believe you should have improved in order to improve your trading. real traders taking real trades, talking about their real life experience doing trading. I believe personally that is a good thing for you to be exposed at. And reality, raw reality is I think what needs more to be exposed in the social media arena to counterattack or to counter the
Look at the chat. Look at the chat. I posted the trophy in there. Not the YouTube chat, but the WhatsApp.
Oh, I see. I will check it. I was gonna say that's an awesome trophy.
Yeah, that's pretty
It
cool.
is. It is very
that
cool.
would be that would be really cool to have.
It is. So yes, I was saying to counter the the phenomena that we all have seen and talked about very often here and in in the podcast as well during our streams, which is the disconnect between reality and what is shown on social media, which I think is not very helpful for the real trader who wants to become better. Getting an image that is not completely real. So in that effect, coming back to what I started with, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and make our tank be fuller of fuel by these likes and support, so we can continue to do what we want to do, which is deliver good content to you. We have a massive move on the EU. Is there any news coming out? Because
yeah, we got ISM, US ISM services PMI comes out. Wow, it's higher. Okay, it's higher than expected, but not that much, is it?
Okay.
Let's take a look at what is gold doing. Okay, well, there's some volatility for sure.
Yes, I just saw the market gapped about 10 pips in like a fraction of a second.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get stopped out.
Awesome. All right, so
did you say awesome? So
well,
I said I'm gonna get stopped out. You're like, awesome.
I don't mean your position. I mean this stream is awesome. I like the action, news coming out, exciting. I have a position on.
Yep. I wonder how big this trophy is. I want to get like what is the actual size of this one? Oh, it's 30 centimeters. That's pretty big.
Not bad. Yeah,
yeah,
that's not a tiny trophy. That's a proper size. I mean, World Cup, FIFA World Cup. How big is that? 40%?
It's pretty big, isn't it? That's pretty big. I think it's pretty big.
Is it 60? 50?
I don't know. We eventually will have a bigger trophy. Okay. Eventually. Oh, it's time. It's time to end the live stream. Okay, guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna go out on the walk. I haven't been outside for since the 90s. It feels like I need to get some fresh air.
You mean 1999?
Yeah. All right, Victor. Pleasure, as always.
Pleasure is all mine, and ours towards our audience. Thank you all for your attention. That's it for me. See you guys next time again.
Yeah, that's right. See you everyone on Monday. We're going to be starting. Yeah, watch out for NFP tomorrow. And then on Monday, we will be starting the trading competition, the trading tournaments. That's going to be really fun. See you guys on Monday. Take care.